Echoing! Oh my fucking god. I can't believe I made it on time. Every time it's like that, it's a minor miracle that we ever get here at all. Says we have excellent connection, but I don't see anything. And we see it now. Let's see if we can get echo. Excellent. Echo. How do we get echo? Have to reacquaint myself with I can't believe I made it on time. We are echoing. It's a minor miracle that we ever get. We're echoing. That's delightful. And now everybody upvote. It is a very, very small activity on your part, a minor motion of a single digit to click and upvote, but it is existential, life and or death to us. So, infinite call. We now try and start infinite call, but if I don't fuck that up. And let's see now. We is calling. All right. Let's see who responds. Let's hope someone responds. We're a minute into the opening hour. We have a response from Aristides,
Hello.
the man.
Hey.
Oh, yes, hell of a weekend. Okay, it was CARNAVAL in San Francisco, and it's National Missing Children's Day tomorrow. Did you know that National Missing Children's Day is congruent with Memorial Day? Isn't that bizarre? And so fitting.
No.
Yeah. Well, anyhow, so it extends throughout the weekend. There's no Meals on Wheels delivery tomorrow, so I I get to get picked up early, so I don't have to stay up too late, and I can end the show after monologue and just get a few hours sleep, get picked up early, and back to the estates for another day of sheep herding, because those young lads, I had to tell them all weekend not to become part of the National Missing Children's Day statistics while I was showing them around at San Francisco Carnival. The family part, the family aspect, of course, is during the daytime, beginning at 10 in the fucking morning and didn't end until 6 at fucking night. But we had to basically get them back tucked into bed on site the estates before Ed, Beth, and I could traipsy back to San Francisco to enjoy the nightlife, which explains the photograph embedded in thumbnail of tonight's live stream, which, of course, Laura Lee Solomon once took a look at Ed, Beth, and myself and proclaimed it was like I was fucking myself, which was a comment that was published publicly on Facebook and was upvoted by Judith Gay Yeager, of all people. Guess everybody just thinks that I'm some kind of narcissist. Yeah, I can't help it that my nanosperm is that potent that it restructures somebody's very genetic structure, to a degree at least. All right. Love you dearly. I'm so glad to be back. Well, not really.
Maybe
I can't wait to leave, but yeah.
Maybe that's a service that you can sell.
Oh, we should take that into consideration. I mean, with the stuff that Brendan Zogit was suggesting, why don't you just get a Patreon? Then you could say, look, the really nasty shit, the really god-awful shit I can't talk about on YouTube will be on Patreon that you can pay for. And I was like, why don't I just follow V's suggestion? My practicing Wiccan witch cosmetologist who told me I should be doing, OnlyFans. I might as well just be diddling myself if I'm prostituting my experiences to that degree. I really just might as well get on camera and just start shoving a dildo up my ass. So, okay, all that being said.
Yeah, please don't do that.
Yeah.
Let's just say I'm not helping with that part.
Yes. Well, welcome aboard, and as always, we're so glad that you're with us, because honestly, without you, the foundation rock upon which this structure stands, the very vessel upon which this show sails, we wouldn't be here at all. And so everybody thank our lucky stars for Aristides. And with that, I'll turn towards engaging our audience. There's some of them out there. They're sending us some emojis. And kisses to them who are out there sending us those hearts and positive reinforcement signs. And how do you feel about a blur?
I feel pretty good. I'm nearly settled.
Cool. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, good questions about all that Patreon and stuff, and then it's a lot of it. It's like it's a good idea, but then it's like the management overhead of it all. It's just
Thank you. Jesus
yeah,
Christ, life is busy enough. And
right,
and seriously too,
right,
to prostitute my post-traumatic stress
yeah,
disorder.
yeah,
I mean, to get on there and just say, "Yeah, this is the really nasty shit I can't talk
yeah,
about,
yeah,
like what I
right,
did when I was
right,
on certain contracts in
yeah,
Africa or something." It's like,
right.
okay, like, do I really want to relive that?
A few people might subscribe to that, but
But how long could I keep it up? I mean, seriously,
maybe
how long could
right.
you keep that
Yeah,
up?
I mean, if you could get enough people to follow you there and pay, then maybe. But I don't know.
Yeah, but yeah,
Good
think of the toll
questions,
on my psychology.
right?
Well, at any rate, dear Aristides, how are you? People care about you as a person. Certainly, there's something you're willing to share.
Oh, I'm okay.
That's so coy. Oh,
Yeah,
delightful.
yeah.
Well,
I don't know when I want to share. It's been raining a lot, and I'm a little you know easier to be in a good mood when it's nice mild sunny weather and all that. But it'll clear up. It always does. So
yeah.
it rained for like 2 days. It just had constant like light. Just like not real bad, but just enough to stop you really from doing anything useful.
Oh, the dreaded renewal letter arrived for my Marine Corps life insurance. Now, formally, Office of Service Members Group Life Insurance, or the Veterans Group Life Insurance that's run by Prudential Corporation. What used to be run by the federal government has been contracted out, much to my benefit. All that being said, I have to renew that. So everyone, we're trying to raise the $300 necessary for that. It's once a year, so everybody we'll leave it to Aristides to pitch that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
there you go.
yeah. Well, yeah. On that note, send all your money. Yeah. On that note, we can start out with the money part. How about that? Instead of usually kind of end up with it, we talk about all this, upvoting and all these intricacies of YouTube, and let's just skip.
The niceties, yeah.
Skip to the. I don't even want to. I don't want to. There was a very crude euphemism I wanted to bring up, but.
Oh, by the way, you are registered.
I don't want to do that.
Yeah,
Oh,
understood,
good.
And I appreciate your gentlemanliness. You are registering. I forgot to emphasize that. Thank God. And
yeah. I'll write it to you later or something.
I look forward to that.
Yeah. I could probably put it in a way that wasn't so crude, but
yeah.
All right, but okay, let's
actually,
not get.
it's not crudeness that gets us, gets us strikes.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Well, I'll say I'm putting the. There you go. First post in the chat is the PayPal link.
Yes.
Right? PayPal link to the account. Your personal PayPal. Douglas D. Diedrich is the handle there. So, link is the easy way, but you don't need to have it. All you need to know is he's on PayPal, and his handle there, if you will, is Douglas D. Diedrich. It's right on the front screen here of the program. You don't have to type paypal.me or .com or anything. I think if you just go to your search bar, you can. If you do type that in, you'll get there. But if you just go to your search thing, type PayPal, get there. Go to their search thing, type Douglas D. Diedrich. It'll get you right to his profile there. And then you can directly send him all the money in your PayPal.
Excellent. I love that. By the way, something else you can emphasize. Caroline Cotier, if you are listening, whether you're listening live or listening to this once it's published, try and catch us live and send your contact request via Microsoft Teams while we're live. They used to have a special compartment that I could access that was all backed up with contact requests, and most of them were hooker bots. Like in
Oh,
Futurama, if you look up
yeah.
Futurama hooker bots, you'll have a ball. Most of these were hooker bots, but the I left it backed up for a long time. But it's only when I feel someone's worth bringing onto the show that I check into it. So the problem is that's gone.
Huh.
There's no way to access people trying to send me contact requests. So basically, it's catch as catch
Hmm.
can. You have to be on screen.
That
And
I don't
unless you
know.
find something else out, if you find something else, let us know, because otherwise,
I don't know.
relay
I'm
it while
not
we're live. Otherwise, relay it while we're live in a notification, so I can hit the notification while I'm producing, and then get to it and bring you on. It'll only happen once, and after that, you're on the call forever.
right.
Unless you get banned or blocked.
Um, yeah. I don't know. I don't know the teams in and outs that well.
But if you can look that up, I'd appreciate it, because yeah, I can't find it anymore, and Brendan looked for it, but he couldn't find it either.
Uh,
Yeah, and so
but
yeah,
you
there we
gave
have it.
her
Yeah,
your contact, right? On
yeah, Douglas Dietrich 1. My contact is Douglas Dietrich 1, all lowercase, but with the numeric 1. Yeah, Douglas Dietrich, all single word, no dots, no dashes, no spaces. And
right.
it's all lowercase with a numeric 1. That's my contact ID for Microsoft Teams. People are welcome to send it. But for Carolyn Cotier, emphasize that you are Carolyn Cotier, and confirm that by sending me another note that you sent the request. That way I know it's you, because then I can use your confirmation as a comment entry to check your channel and make certain it's the same person. I can't check your channel via Microsoft Teams, but I can do so if you leave a comment to that effect that I sent you a contact request, please look for it. Then we'll see if I can find it. At least we'll know to look for it. But otherwise, just do it while we're live. Do it while we're live, and then I can hit it while
Mm.
we're producing. So that being said, back
Well,
to Aristides.
it
Yeah.
should show up in your chats list.
You wish, yeah, I would, yeah. That you're thinking reasonably. That would make sense, but apparently
Right.
Microsoft Teams doesn't think along the same logic lines as you do.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So
Find it in your chat list, and yeah, so like, yeah,
what the fuck just
supposedly
happened?
it's
Yeah,
that's supposed to happen.
yeah.
Or
Theoretically.
wait, I can. Well, I don't know. Do you have any other way to get? Do you have an email or something?
Oh well, like I said, it's best they leave the commentary in the they can send an email too saying I've sent a contact request, or an email with your contact ID. Good idea. Yeah,
Well, wait.
email me. Yeah.
You want to get them? Wait, no, no, wait. You want to get them into
Yeah.
Infinite Call?
Yeah,
You're
yeah. I
saying,
mean, it's not right now, but I mean, if she hits us up
right?
like she said she wanted to, then so yeah, all she has to do as well is Aristides had a good idea. Send me an email with your contact ID saying I sent a request
Yeah.
and this is my contact ID. That way I can, try and use your contact ID and search for you and then bring you on to Infinite Call,
There
which we could
may
do while the
be
show's off. Which we could do that while the
there.
show's off. But go on. Yeah, there
Right.
may
There
be.
might be another way, but let me just look for a message there, and
Yeah.
so we don't have to discuss it here.
Right. Sounds good.
But
Yeah.
yeah. Um, yeah. Okay. We'll get that worked out.
Sounds good. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
So meanwhile, back to the money that you
Yeah.
need for your life insurance policy.
Yes, that's right. Which
Not
goes to
because
Brooke Elizabeth Gibson, and we hope to change that someday soon.
um, yeah, not so much because of that, but because it demonstrates that you were in fact in the service.
Right, which actually is on my
Yeah.
California identification card at this point, because it
Yeah.
was verified by the state of California, because the San Diego Marine Corps Recruit Depot is in the state of California, and I was a product of that particular processing. So I'm a Hollywood Marine, as they used to say in the old days. and I just, shall we say, it was the stupidest thing I ever did in my life, and the worst mistake I ever made. And don't ever do it. I mean, seriously. So there we go. I'll take a look at your messages now while you retake the
Yeah.
stage.
Okay. Yeah. You look at that, and I'll
Excellent.
continue. So PayPal is the easiest way to send your contribution to Douglas for to help him help offset the cost of things that he needs, being that this is his proper job as a working disabled person. It is his legal job. It's not just a side gig. It's not just for shits and giggles. It's his job, and his base salary is 0, and he works for your contribution. So it's important. You know, he won't necessarily be, homeless or starve
Oh
or
yes,
die
I
if he
will
doesn't
be.
get money.
Yes.
Well, I mean, you may be. Well, okay, you won't die without contribute, but you'll have no quality of life, and that's worse than dying.
Yes.
Right? It's already bad enough to live in a clammy upside down boat with no
Yes.
utilities in San Francisco. Bad enough, but to not be able to, buy appetizing food or good, potable water or good beer, that's just,
Yes.
that's when you're, I mean, not at the estates, but I mean, that's not their, not their job to take care of every moment in your life. That you have an arrangement there, and that's all well and good when you're there. But sometimes you come home and you need things and other expenses like the insurance and keep the website up and
Yes. Yeah,
stuff
I
like
just
that.
paid
Yeah.
400 fucking bucks for that.
Yeah. Right.
It all
Yeah.
hits
So
this month. All hits in June.
yeah.
All hits in June.
Yeah. Right. So yes, he needs some contributions for these things. So PayPal, Douglas Dietrich at PayPal. Link is there. If you don't have or can't remember or can't find the link, and all you have to remember is Douglas D. Dietrich at PayPal, and then you can get there if you have a PayPal. If you don't have a PayPal, worry not. The next line of excuse me. Next thing to do is go to his website, also listed there, douglasdietrich.com. Put a link for that in as well, just to make it handy. So if you have any type of card, credit or debit card, you would like to use that. Not everybody has PayPal, but I assume a lot more people just simply have a card of some kind. Go to douglasdietrich.com, get there, find the donate button up in the upper right hand corner. It's yellow, not the one in the middle that says donate. If you click it, it doesn't do anything. Feel free to try it. It'll do nothing. So then you'll go back. And then
nice masturbatory act.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can diddle it.
For practice. That's practice. That's practicing the act of clicking the donate button. It's good for that.
Yes. Yes. It's a decoy button like we used to have on police holsters. They have a decoy. They have a decoy strap. So people go after that strap, thinking they'll get your gun. Yeah, it's a decoy strap. So that's the that's the decoy strap on my holster.
Yeah, nice. There's some funny memes about that, stealing the gun. There was the guy was going around with the children's toys where it's like the little stick, the handle with like you squeeze it and it like has like the little dinosaur jaw on the end, like on the head on the end, the little grabby, and he was like reaching out of the window, like cops were directing traffic. He'd be like reaching out with the little dino head, trying to like grab their gun.
I love it.
Yeah. I don't know. You might get away with it once. Anyway, so if you click that yellow button there on the website, take you to a little menu, and the one option there will be donated with debit or credit card. You do not have to have a PayPal account at all to use that, and we'll still send him money on PayPal. It'll just be his other PayPal account, the commercial one, which he does pay a little tax on there, but it does allow such functions as this menu and the pay with card option. So that's good. And he does need a little money in there sometimes because certain expenses are linked to that account. So there you go. You can donate with a card there. You can donate with Venmo there if you have money in Venmo. Venmo does talk, or it does go back and forth with PayPal directly, same company. So if you have money in a Venmo, you can click on that, or there is a way to go into your Venmo and look up PayPal people. So you would look for the Douglas D. Dietrich there. The third one that just says donate with PayPal, that would be being signed in, I presume. But it would send his money to the commercial account, which is okay, but it would be preferred to use the Douglas D. Dietrich one for if you can actually sign into PayPal. So there you go. So that's with a card. So with PayPal, okay, and then we have no PayPal, but just simply having a card or Venmo, got all that. Those are your options there. There are other pay apps, so that people have. So if you have a lot of money in one of those, I don't know what are the popular ones. Cash App is very popular, etc. We don't have that set up, but you get in touch. I suggest, I guess, say something in the live chat, and if you insist, that's where the money is, and you can't funnel it out any other way. We'll figure it out. Substantial enough money, we'll figure it out. If you're like, hey, I got $6.50 in my Cash App, can I send that over? Be like, just that's all right. Just wait till you have more. Just go, buy something else with that. But we'll figure it out. So let us know there. And so if you are very old fashioned and you don't have an electronic way to pay, you could send a money order, postal money order, probably preferred. That is probably the most secure and easily transferable vehicle to do that, if you can get one. And if you're going to do that, suggested if you're going to send Douglas anything physically in the mail, suggested to send him an email to let him know it is on its way, because you don't want him to miss it, after all. So
that's right.
Yeah, Douglas Dwayne Dietrich at gmail.com. We give that out. So DUANE if you're on audio. And send him an email. Let him know you want to send him something in the mail. That could be a money order, personal check, yours, someone else's, grandma's, grandpa's. Boomers have a habit of amassing money that with no intention or even understanding.
That's right.
Even understanding of how it's ever going to be spent, other than they think like things like the stock market is forever, and if only their parents had taught them enough, because their parents lived through the great stock market crash and the depression, where over the course of 3 years, the stock market lost 85% of its value. But that could never happen in our lifetime, they think. So the best thing to do is just in any way possible pry their money away from them, and you probably can't use it all either. So just tear a check out of there. Tell grandma that you're doing that, but she probably won't understand or really be able to stop you, and probably won't remember the next day. So and you don't even have to write them out. You can just send them that part blank, or writing them out. But save your writing for the address. Make sure you get the address right in. Anyway, personal checks. I don't think he's going to turn them down in any shape or form. Of course, we assume you have permission, to use it if it's not your check.
Though we don't care if you don't.
Yes. No, we're just gonna assume that you do. If you send it, that's implied that you have permission. by sending,
Oh,
by using the site, you agree to the terms and conditions of. Personal check is okay, and maybe you don't have an account or anything, and you can't get to a post office, and you're. I don't know how you would mail something without a post office, and every post office has money orders, but anyway, maybe you're somewhere that only has UPS and FedEx. I don't know. Maybe there's those people, I guess. So or maybe you can't get. Maybe you're disabled and you can't get to the post office, and whereas they do have drop-off boxes for the other carriers sometimes, or maybe they'll come pick it up. I think even. So if that's the only way, and you need to send cash, a large stack of cash, not really small bills, but not huge bills either, and preferably not sequential.
I don't mind
20s are
hundreds.
good. 20,
Yeah.
well, 20s, 50s, hundreds.
Yeah, hundreds.
I mean, nobody.
Oh, fuck
yeah, stack of hundreds. And nobody, you know what? I've not seen. When I was very young, I saw a real deal $1,000 bill. I don't even think they make them anymore.
Wow. I don't think so either. Yeah. God damn. You were lucky to have seen that. How the fuck did you see that?
I think I asked for it at the bank, and they're like, I was getting a bunch of money out to like buy a car or something, and I was like, hey, do you have $1,000 bill? And they're like, yeah, we got one in the back, I think.
Right.
And like,
wow.
I went back and
man, you're so fucking lucky.
Yeah, well, I saw it. Yeah, as the old style bills. But cash would have to be securely bundled up inside of some rigid type card. Kind of double sealed and taped, and descented. Spray some perfume on there to throw off the cash sniffing dogs. But make sure it's don't just put it loose in a regular whatever envelope, one stamp type envelope, loose there, 1 ounce envelope, right? Or I think that's what one stamp covers, right? 1 ounce. I think, yeah, right. How many? Yeah, don't mail loose cash. Bundle it up real good, or put it in a care package. Even better, hide it in a care package of snacks and or mineral water, or let's see. I don't know. It's against the law to mail beer.
I don't know. I don't know. It shouldn't be. Fuck, I'd hope not. But then again, we have an ATF.
No.
You look into it.
You can order like mail order wine.
Mm-hmm.
That's a thing.
Yeah.
So
cool.
I assume
that's true.
Yeah,
that's true. So you might as well be able to mail order beer. If you can order wine, you can order anything.
I don't know how that works. It's a lot of. It's a lot to pay the shipping on, though. I'd say just better to just send them the money.
True.
Though
Amy Como sent me alcoholic syrup. It was maple syrup, but it's really all just alcohol. It's some kind of maple syrup rum type deal. Ooh, yeah.
Well, that's shipping's kind of prohibitive on snacks are shipped very easily. So how about some snacks and a stack of cash, and then he can go down to the corner and buy beer.
Yes, that's right.
Right. So in any case, you're gonna send something in the mail. Send him a email. Let him know it's that you want to do that, and then you can confirm it's on its way. DouglasDwayneDietrich@gmail.com. Right. So
that's right.
And that's that. Just about covers all the ways.
Excellent.
You could get money.
That's right. You mean
else?
Get money to Doug Dietrich? Yeah.
Yeah. Right. To you, get money to you. I guess anything else. If you're gonna ship any bars of precious metals, make sure it's insured for the full value, and packed securely. Kilogram of gold, no problem. Get that sorted at a current exchange rate, and
like the sound of that kilogram. Sounds like telegram, except it's got the word kill in it.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Where it's like people used to send, what is it, the stripper telegrams,
Yes.
where the stripper, what would it be called? Except they show up and kill you, right?
Yeah.
Kill, right? Um,
Oh shit. Oh, can you hear me by the way?
I can.
Thank God. Oh fuck, because my
Um,
computer's behaving strangely.
oh, singing. Okay. Oh, singing telegram, but I'm sure they had
Yeah.
stripper
No, no,
versions.
I had strippergrams.
Yeah.
I used to escort in a security detail
Yeah.
strippers who were performing strippergrams, so that people wouldn't
Right.
like assault them or harass them while they were stripping.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. So, yeah. Wow. Yeah. Open the door and be like, oh yeah.
Just grab it. Yeah, just
Hmm.
oh, so yeah, imagine that was the thing. I don't think they do that
Yeah.
anymore because everybody just gets it online, which is fucking sad. That's
No.
really fucking
No.
sad.
Yeah. Right.
Ah. Then of course you have it's used as an abuse, kind of like people will swat other people by calling the police and saying, "Oh, that guy, there's a hostage situation at this address." Then the whole SWAT team
Hmm.
breaks down at your door and kills your dog and
Hmm.
shoots your family and shit.
Hmm.
They would do that with strippergrams for like sending them over to a child's birthday party or something just for harassment. Imagine that shit.
Oh my. Oh my God. Well, that's a good prank. If you got the money to, the money to kill on that kind of prank. If you do have that kind of money to kill, just send it to Douglas. And
Yeah, there you go.
if you send him enough, he will strip for you. He will.
We can't make that promise.
Every man has his price.
Yeah, true enough. Yeah.
His is probably pretty high for that, but
No, you'd be surprised.
yeah,
But
for the low price of one cosmetic surgery. But we're talking thousands. If you really want to see the goods there.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Right. Know your worth. Know your worth.
Yes.
Right. You got OnlyFans chick there for like, oh, I want to see my vagina for $20. No. No. We're we're in a higher class league than that. So
Well, not that
Douglas,
that's low class. Not that that's low class.
no, well, right.
No judgment.
But I mean,
we all got to do what
right.
we got to do.
Right. Well, they're also doing it in volume. It's
True.
right. Yeah.
And
And you're talking a singular.
yeah.
Singular.
I remember
You're the
that.
only one that gets
Yeah.
to see.
Yeah.
That gets to see
I
the
don't know if
goods.
you were involved with us at that time, but Christine was this chick who came on once, brought on by Victoria
Yeah.
Lauren Hobbs.
Yeah.
Victoria.
That was early on, but yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and Christine was like shitting and pissing all over the cam girls, saying, trying to claim she was so much higher quality than that.
Right.
Because
because she what
as a dominatrix.
Did she do that online, or she actually showed up and did that?
She was claiming, the way I understood it, that people came to her pad to be beaten because that would make sense, because the dominatrix would need all the bondage equipment. So traveling with all the bondage equipment, it can be done, but it's more awkward. It would be very difficult to set up, the hook rings and everything in the ceiling to hang a guy from. So, they'd have to have that prepositioned in their home for you to work with. So it would be, and you don't know if it's up to safety standards to hold human weight. So it's best to do that at your place. So my impression is dominatrixes tend to operate out of their own dungeon. Preferably, unless they truly know the individual involved, and they'd have to make the judgment call once they're on his property whether or not his bondage gear is up to standard, so to speak. So they'd always bring some of their own, of course, but then again, it's not something you want to be messing with, like with constructing it while you're on site. So yeah, that's what I assume, is people were coming to her and she was claiming that she never had sex with them, that it was like, oh, she was quote unquote above that, which I thought was so, come on, get over yourself. And it's like, that was just her trip. She was all tripped out. She had hang-ups up the ass. So yeah, there we go with that. So back to Aristides.
All right.
And by the way,
Um,
again, a forewarning here. I've said hello to Marcus, who's at Thumbslug in the chat room. He's Marcus in Australia, and I want everyone to know my computer is behaving strangely. So hopefully, it's not about to crash because it's showing some of the symptoms that had happened before computer
all
crash,
right.
which, as Brendan Zoget said, is often enough where they have a complaint form about it that comes up when the computer does crash. Let's hope that doesn't happen tonight. But
Um,
as a precaution, we're going to, take our time with Aristides here, but then definitely dive into monologue. Just get started, and people are welcome to join us. They can jump in anytime they want, interject whenever they want. But definitely want to be cautious because want to reset the computer as soon as possible to make certain everything is working. Because we've been under a lot of cyber assaults lately, a lot. So something to keep in mind. But right now we seem to be rolling, so that's a good sign, and hopefully, that means we continue to do so. All right, Aristides. And don't
yep.
forget, summary
Okay.
text, the text of the show, and all that stuff as well. Take your
Yeah,
time.
yeah. Well, we
Upvotes, all that.
we
Yeah,
skipped right to the
money.
money
Understood
part
and
this
efficient.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can go back and hopefully, if you've been here at all, to hit the thumbs up or upvote, like, whatever you want to call it, as soon as you show up, instinctively, right? Reflexively,
Yes.
without any conscious thought, hit it, and not just to show your support, your moral support, but to show the algorithm of something positive, because there are those few sad, pathetic people who hit the downvote or employ bots to do that right from the get-go, and it skews the algorithm down. That affects Douglas's ability to come up in search results, suggested content, etc., and find and maintain his listenership.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that term. That term. I
yeah,
love that term. A lot of people claim
listenership,
I coined that term. Yeah.
listenership.
Yeah, listenership.
Yeah, yes. We would say viewership, but it's not really a live video, so you're really here for the
That's right.
audio.
By the
One
way,
day,
Heather MÄNEK, just to segue here for a second, this is a nice little divergence that's very relevant. Heather MÄNEK says, "So Douglas survives entirely on audience contributions?" And I responded in the chat, "I survive on your love, Heather MÄNEK." But okay, just to clarify for everyone again what our Aristides has already explained, your contributions are effectively my survival because the money that I get as a stipend through Social Security Disability Insurance is part of a program called 250% WDP, or 250% working disabled program, which means I am required by federal law to work. So that's something that Aristides can actually work into the blurb to help people understand the situation. It's not that I'm simply someone who is disabled and is working like a side gig. I am required by federal law to be working, or I would be guilty of serious federal fraud. So this is my job, and it's a legally recognized job by the federal government in which I get on and do my analysis and provide this service, and the public responds with payment. And if I don't get contributions, I'm breaking the law. So I need your contributions to technically, we can actually legally say this, technically keep me out of federal prison.
yeah,
So you're
okay,
my bail money, okay?
yeah,
And but aside from that, with the money that I have to spend, all the bills come due in June annually, and I pay them in May. So I've spent, like, it's got to be close to $1,000 on maintaining the website and maintaining my Marine Corps life insurance, which is now, of course, Office of Service Members Group Life Insurance, or OSGLI, OSGLI, and that proves that I was in the service. For a long period of time, that was the only legal evidence that I had. So I had to get the California state government to dig up what the federal government scrubbed from their records. Now, fortunately, federal government is at the absolute bottom of the records keeping system. So what they destroy at one end still exists at another. And because the state government of California does legally interface with the San Diego Marine Corps Recruit Depot, where I graduated as a Hollywood Marine, so to speak, they were able to do an AI assisted deep dive. So I can say I was one of the first people who benefited directly from AI because that dredged out the records the federal government had scrubbed, which is why I'm legally recognized as a veteran, a United States Marine Corps veteran. So what Aristides can legally say is that I'm a disabled veteran who's required by law to work because my dishonorable discharge rendered me unable to receive veterans benefits at all, including treatment at the VA. All of that is done through the civilian disability system because my injuries incurred in service to your country and mine basically rendered me mechanically injured in a recognizable fashion that had to be compensated. So I am compensated by the federal government through SSDI, but it's insurance that I paid into all my life through three different careers. And the end result is I'm simply repaying myself with all the money I paid into taxes all my life. And I have to supplement that through your contributions, or I will literally be homeless. It is that bad. I'm not at any way, shape, or form in a stable situation. The overwhelming majority of my SSDI goes to paying rent for this hellhole. So, in order to have any quality of life whatsoever, then I need your help. However, people do understand I work for food in a very real sense at the estates because on site I'm allowed access to blood, which as a dampfire, a quarter vampire, I mainly subsist off of, or it provides a great deal of my subsistence. But I do, because I'm 3/4 human, I do require intake of caloric food that is other than plasmatic, other than blood. So all of you out there, help me in that regard, because even though I do get Meals on Wheels, it's not ideal by any stretch of the imagination. It could, there's passable food in there, but yeah, it's the good parts in it are few and far between. It's like, bacon bits in a salad. You have to root for them. Okay, back to Aristides. Yeah, where you can talk about the text and all that.
Yeah, so hit the thumbs up, like. If you can't do that, if it's telling you you can't do that, it's probably because you're not logged into YouTube, which is not a horrible thing because it does keep some type of control on the ways people can abuse these things. But so you will want to be logged in. So do that if you have a login. If not, you can make one, and that's not as hard as it sounds, because these days it's the same as creating a Gmail, I believe. If you have a Gmail, you could just sign on in to YouTube with it because it's the same company. So, and then you can use it as an email, right? A secret email.
Yeah.
To YouTube, perhaps an extra email that nobody knows about, to conduct your secret business and to perhaps contract your next dominatrix, or what have you. We won't judge as long as you use it. As long as you use it to sign into YouTube. So once you've done that, you can find your little account menu up in the corner. You can create a little avatar for it. So you do so, it'll probably just be like the initials of your account name or whatnot. Anyway, you'll find it. Click the thing up in the corner, or click anything up in the corner until you find it. And then once you find it, you'll see a little menu. If you go under switch account, should be one of the first options. It's all done through a Google account. So a lot of people have one. If you have, I believe if you have if you have any type of Android phone, not a Apple, you have a Google account pretty much. Most people, more people than not already have a type of account they can log in, or just use a Gmail, or I'm sure you can make an account using any type of email. Anyway, get logged in somehow, and then once you do, if you go to switch account in your account menu, you can actually add other accounts to log in on other Gmails, etc. And the cool thing there, the reason we're telling you this is once you have that set up, you just go there and you can just, in just a couple clicks, you can switch between them, and each account can do its own upvoting. So that is like voting more than once, right? Like, where can you do that? So here in the Diedrich democracy, you can vote. Not only do you get something for your votes, you can vote more than once. So it's, it's really, truly politics at work here.
Yeah, working politics
that,
as
that
opposed
serve
to
you, right?
Yeah,
Right.
that
right,
serve
right.
you directly.
Yeah, that
Yes.
serve you, right? All campaign contributions go directly to furthering the cause. No pork barrel spending, and definitely no money to Israel. So
Yeah, love it. Yes.
So
Thank
you
God.
can there in the menu there toggle between the accounts. You do real quick. Point is once you get that situated, as soon as the program starts, you can you upvote, then you can switch to another account, upvote again, however many accounts you want to have there, and maybe you want to switch back to the one you normally use, or because then if you say that'll be the one if you talk in the live chat, you'll appear as that account, whichever one you're signed in as currently, and just say it's the secret one that you use for your dominatrix. Maybe you don't want to put that out there. Accidentally, you can give it some kind of spicy name, you know what I mean, and then you'd be like, you're like, you're like, oh, accident. You could see that you forget to switch back. It's like, oh, slap me now, mommy has commented in the chat. It's like, but we don't care. We don't care. No judgment there. Douglas says he's certainly seen it all. And okay, so if you don't want to make multiple accounts, there's still other ways. Under any one account, you can create channels, and that is normally for publishing content, because just by virtue of having a YouTube account doesn't mean you're prepared to publish content. You actually have to create a channel to do that. Very easy to do. You don't actually have to put anything on the channel. It can be blank, but the channels can upvote on their own also. So they're their own entity that can upvote. So in theory, you could have several accounts and then several channels under each one, and you could literally upvote 100 times. We don't expect that, but just saying, it's you get out.
But that would be nice. Yeah,
that would be nice. Right. Or if you do have an account or a channel, remember, just a lot of people do. Remember, you can upvote with both your base account and your channel. So I bet you a lot of people have things they're not even using that they can upvote with that they even currently have.
That's right.
Yeah. So there, get the upvotes in for the algorithm, especially to counteract those that try to ruin that. And now that you're signed in, there's other things you can do, like hit the share button, which YouTube will probably see or feel you clicking that, and then it'll generate a link for you that you can grab. It's basically the same as the link up in the browser bar, which you could grab that, but I think they see you.
And YouTube loves it when you do that. It feels stimulating.
Yeah. It does. You can do that several times. You can you click share, and then you click copy to copy the link that it provides. It does provide actually the whatever application specific ways to share, like and what do they have here? WhatsApp, Facebook, X, formerly known as Twitter, email, Reddit, Pinterest, LinkedIn. Yes, share it on your LinkedIn. all that does is it just brings up that account with the share link, but you don't need it. You can just grab the same share link and just share it everywhere. That just kind of just automatically conveys you over there to share it, but and publishes it on your whichever account. But just grab the link and put it everywhere. Put it on all your accounts. Put it in your chats. Put it in emails to people, friends, enemies, coworkers, your boss, your ex-boss, your soon-to-be ex-boss.
Yeah.
Look up a free QR code generator. Those square thingies with all the dots that you aim your phone at, and you can make one of those. Believe it or not, you can make one for any website or any link. You can just free QR code generator and put the link in there, and it'll make the code, and then you can print that out, preferably 100 copies at your work. Using your work resources printer, because who wants to have a printer at home? They're a damn pain in the ass.
Yes.
Yeah.
And expensive as fucking hell, astronomical.
Yeah.
It's the ink.
Yeah.
The ink. Fucking. You
Yeah.
might as well bleed.
Right. Yeah. Right. Then the new printer is like $3 more than the ink cartridge. Like, it's just ridiculous. So print it out. However, maybe on somebody else's printer. And print out full size is kind of overkill. Print several to a sheet, and then cut them up. And put something creative there as a caption, maybe, or one of his pictures or artwork, or use your imagination there, and tape it up in the busiest public bathroom that you might frequent, or just go in there to do that. You have to use the bathroom. I mean, who really wants to use this bathroom? You got to feel bad for the women. Let's hope their bathrooms are better. Let's hope.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Because you don't. That's why. At least. Dude, you got it good. Let's just. Unless you. If And let's not get too graphic there.
Yeah, I mean, I'll
anywhere busy places or make stickers. They have a lot of people make stickers, or you can just, even doesn't have to be a sticker. Just get some real good, real wide, like packing tape or something. Tape it to some metal poles that you might find there. It'll eventually degrade, but hey, it's okay. You can put new ones up. Make some paper airplanes. That one you want to use the full size. I think you want to make paper airplane out of it and fire it out your high rise.
That's right.
Shower the city below with your little paper airplanes.
They get charged for terrorism.
They would have to know where they came from. Wear some nitrile gloves when you do that. Yeah, I don't know how well they can get fingerprints off a piece of paper. Glossy paper, maybe. Don't use glossy paper. Okay, you get the idea. Share the link anywhere, everywhere.
Asterisks or footnotes. Yes.
Yeah. Oh no. Well, we'll get there. We'll get there. You also want to. What else can you do while you're signing? You participate in the live chat. I'm not sure how much that affects the algorithm itself. I'm guessing maybe, let's just not assume that it does. Although maybe, who knows? Maybe programs that have a busier chat do get that bumped up. So don't be afraid to participate there. You could could be a good reason to make a alternate account or email. So in case you don't want to be recognized by friends or family or coworkers, we respect your right to privacy, and you can speak your mind as you like, and that's important, right?
Absolutely.
After the program, the live chat is of course is not working anymore, although it may be displayed along with the replay. Replay is when the live comes with just like a regular video, but at that point the comments are enabled below the program window. So at that point, that's a whole other opportunity to engage.
That's right.
And you're encouraged to leave comments there below the program, and upvote comments of course.
Yes.
Any comments that you see, doesn't matter if they're negative, YouTube
Yeah.
doesn't know, just hit the upvote.
And understand I'm self-conscious about this. I have
Right.
to upvote and heart my own comments
Yep.
because believe it or not, the comments will be removed if they get enough downvotes. So I have to counteract the instant downvotes from my gang stalkers who literally put downvotes on the comments just so the comments disappear. The Peter Moon was doing that. Downvoting my comments so they would disappear. He would get
Uh,
together, yeah, with his dear friend, and they would all do that. So there you have that. Back to Aristides. That's how pathetic they are.
yeah, right. Upvote all the comments. YouTube doesn't know, just sees upvotes. If you see a comment that you don't like, that offends you, that you would prefer to downvote, don't downvote it, upvote it, but then respond to it and tell them that they're an asshole.
Yeah.
Which will be more engagement for the algorithm because you actually left a comment. But definitely upvote the one. Douglas always puts a comment there with his PayPal and website, which is another opportunity to grab that PayPal link. In case you forgot that all you have to do is go to PayPal and look for Douglas D. Dietrich. The link's always there. Go to any of his programs you can find at the main channel, where you can also check your subscription status, which is also important. If you see a button that says subscribe right under the window, definitely hit that. If you don't, it's probably because you're subscribed, but if you are, you will probably become unsubscribed at some point. YouTube is known for doing that to people, and that's even normal people. So Douglas probably even more likely. So to check for sure, don't click out of this window, but either right click, open a new window, or open a new tab or something, whatever, because we don't want you clicking out of here. But go to the channel name, Douglas Dietrich, there in blue. If you go there, you can check your subscription status definitively, one way or the other. You also see the notification bell there, or just under the program window right now. And you will want to click the little bell and then click the all option to get a little pop-up on the device for every time there's a new live transmission. So it's very handy. Nothing to remember other than when you see that, you click on it and you're here. And it's a good indicator that you're still subscribed, and makes it very easy to not forget. You don't have to set a reminder in your phone like, oh, go listen to Douglas. It's like, it does it for you. So there you go. Definitely do that. And I think that is, now we're getting there. Now we can talk about the the title of the program. It's always filled up there, 100 characters.
Yes.
And there's always more to say there. So whether you see asterisks or not, they refer to footnotes in the description. But in either case, you should click the see more and read the whole description there. And they will be either broken out or built into the description there. That just means specific things he wants to kind of itemize. Other than that, in the description will be whatever he wants to acknowledge for this time. Holidays, historical things, cultural happenings on this time or date, and whatever else. So, and or just to see all the neat languages in different in different what do you call them,
Characters, or
character, or character set. What do you call a character set for a language?
I forget.
Alphabets, different.
Yes, alphabets. Yeah.
I guess I feel like there's another term, but
Yeah.
you got your Asian, various type of Asian characters there. He can explain what they are, whether they're Japanese or Chinese or
In this case, it's Cantonese for today. All you're going to
Cantonese.
see is the Cantonese for San Francisco.
All right. Yeah, we shouldn't just say Chinese, right? You just
Yeah,
say
that's
Cantonese.
right. Yeah, it's specific, and the communist Chinese are trying to make it an extinct language in their own way, basically a relic language because they're forcing everyone in Hong Kong to learn Mandarin Chinese, which is very, very different. And so, I'm sure Cantonese language will survive, but it used to have its own nation, so to speak, Hong Kong, Xianggang, and now it doesn't have that, so it survives in the diaspora. It's not an officially recognized language. It would be kind of like recognized as a relic language in the amber of the communist Chinese matrix. So unless they escape to Hong Kong or from Hong Kong to Taiwan, they're unable to maintain their language officially, recognizedly. So it's just another attempt to maintain a culture from communism and the homogenization of the Han Chinese on the mainland.
Yeah.
So yeah, back to Aristides. Yes, that little divergence.
Damn homogenizing communists.
Yeah. Oh
No,
yes, that's right. Damn
that's
them.
right. Just mix everybody up and kill
Yeah.
some of them, and then make the rest the same.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
you know, lowest the at the
Yeah.
lowest common denominator. Right?
That's right. That's right.
Unless you're the leader, and then you're not the same.
Yeah. Awful, isn't it? Oh, by the
Yeah.
way, Thumbslug, who is Marcus from Australia, says, blood and potato, stable diet, laugh out loud. Indeed, indeed. Yes, thank you for acknowledging how, I have to balance myself out. Because my physiology really doesn't do too much with the food. I need it, food other than blood, but my physiology really doesn't process it too efficiently. So a lot of it just sits in my gut and, and creates what's called vasodepressor syncope, which means that it ultimately, sits there long enough to depress the vagus nerve and potentially cause me to faint. So there you go. Let's not get too let's not get too graphic about
Yeah.
that.
I hope you haven't had that in a while.
Oh, actually, lately I've been experiencing more symptomatic. I've been experiencing that more symptomatically in terms of knowing that it will come on. So, at that point, you just have to, do what you can to stimulate, well, voiding yourself, and then at that point, lie down and normalize your blood pressure and everything. It's like you try and preempt it, and it just is something that no doubt as I get older, it's going to become more of a thing I need to keep on top of because obviously I inherited that from my mother, and in a sense, it was a comorbidity of hers, not diagnosed because doctors, it's almost impossible to diagnose. People are only now beginning to become aware of the importance of the vagus nerve. So everybody out there, you can look that up, and it's becoming more and more of a new field in medicine because they can't work with it conventionally. There's nothing they can do at all other than pioneer a new methodology of electrical stimulation. So they tend to
Yeah.
work with, yeah, in the case of, it's something vaguely similar to what Jerry Lewis had, the comedian. He actually had to have a insert into his spine so he could electrically stimulate himself and prevent to preempt a vagal syncopal episode, to prevent himself from fainting whenever that came about. He was like one of the pioneer guinea pigs for that. I'm sure we'll get better with it as time progresses, and we won't need to insert things into people. Probably just, you go home and you would like use just an electrical stimulant, like a moderate cattle prod to yourself, to kind of
Yeah.
revitalize yourself, that kind of shit. So
Well, they do. I see them selling a couple kinds of vagus nerve stimulators now. These days, of course,
cool.
you wonder if how many of them are a gimmick, but they're ones where you just kind of put it on your neck, and it's supposed to kind of do the job. I don't know. I can't vouch for that, but they
Well,
do
some
sell them.
wonderful women have, for instance, I'm drinking this wonderful rose tea sent by, I believe, Clarice Claudet. God bless you. Whoever sent me this rose tea that I'm using. But people have also sent me incredible medical devices, like that are hundreds, like $5,000 worth of medical devices. People have sent me a weighing machine that takes my blood pressure, all that stuff. Anybody's welcome to send me all the vagus nerve stimulators that you want.
Yeah.
I'll try them all. I'll try them all. I suspect many of them are just, gimmicks, just snake oil. But you never know until you try, right? I might swear by them. So don't be afraid to
Right.
send one my way.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so other than that, dear
It's
Aristide, Sean,
it's fascinating. That's something I wish I knew more about, the vagus nerve
oh, you'll
thing.
find out more about it. Aristides is our master researcher. I still intend to ask him
Yeah.
to look up some stuff for me that, books to find, PDFs to find. He is the master. He
Sure.
found, what was the name of that short story? It was before The Cruel Equations. You found me
Uh,
that short story about the entire labor force being massacred by a multi-billionaire on his estate.
wait, it wasn't the one that was in French originally, was it,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
something like
that's the
that?
one. Italian, I believe. Italian, I
Or
think.
Italian?
Yeah, I think it might have been French. Might have been French. Yeah, it was a French or Italian, but yeah, probably French. You're
Oh.
probably right. Yeah, but it was, yeah,
Uh,
yeah. That was incredible. That was an incredible find, and he had to work. Aristides had to work. He almost had to like reprocess that so he could actually, be
is that the
accessed.
one that was
Yeah,
just, it was just in text files? Or
yeah,
was that the
yeah,
one?
yeah. That one. Yeah,
Yeah.
outstanding job. You're the man. You really are.
I'll figure out what
Yeah.
that. Thank you. Yeah.
And this guy, he
It's
found,
not that hard when you
yeah.
know the some of the ins and outs, but
Oh man, well, Aristides found me this timeline that the Mormons made that is just incredible, and he just jumped on it. He jumped on it and got me that timeline, and V, who is my cosmetologist, was scared shitless too. Because you had to give them something to get it back. In other words, you had to give them some info in order to
mm,
get access. You had to almost like become a member because Mormons are like
or
that.
oh,
Yeah,
it was on a site of some type, like
yeah.
their own, like some, like a Mormon eBay of some sort.
Yeah, yeah. And so you have to become a member. Mormons are good on that. That's you have to be a member
Yeah.
to deal with them. So yeah, Aristides had to make himself a member to
Yeah.
to get me
I know. I
that.
didn't have to promise. I was waiting for the question, like, "Are you a Mormon?" Like,
Uh,
they didn't. Luckily,
I
she
don't
didn't
think they
ask
give
you.
that. I don't think they care that much. Don't think they care
No.
that much. They do want the money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No. Right.
and
Yeah. Oh wait. Yeah. Useless hands. That was
useless
it.
hands. That was it. Useless hands. Yes, a super massive, sprawling estate in which the labor becomes obsolete and completely replaced by automation, and everybody's going to lose their jobs and their ability to eat, feed their families. They all riot, and the multi-billionaire on his own on his own property, uh, he legally has the right to do this. He's on his own property, and they're violating his property because they're no longer welcome. They're terminated, and he terminates them physically. He kills 500,000 people. And the tragedy, the karmic irony, that leaves you just feeling empty as the reader, and the main character himself, the multi-billionaire, realizes only after the fact his daughter was among all the people that he slaughtered. And so at that point, his massive estate becomes like a tomb to him, like a mausoleum in which he is simply waiting for death at that point. It's yeah, so a completely tragic story, but very relevant, very topical. What we're dealing with now. I'll get into that. So how about I get into that? I'll start in on Monologue by Aristides. Do bear with me, stay with me as long as you can. Jump in, interject whenever you feel the need to. If anyone cares to join us, you're more than welcome to do so. You just jump on and don't lurk. Just jump on and state that you're here. Let us know you're here. And so, all right. Anything else you can think of before I dive into it, dear
Yeah.
Aristides?
You can go ahead. I could use a break, so go ahead. I'll be
Okay.
here.
Delightful. So that's Aristides. He's our man, and we're going to dive into it right now. This is Critical Omissions host Douglas Dietrich coming to you befuddled by an electorate that is broke, disillusioned, but still loyal unto death to President Trump. Good eventide, my electron extended Dietrich family. Welcome to the Sunday wrap up, where I get you the week's news as I consume my eventide caffeine with you. To our paying reviewers, thank you. You make this possible. That means everything. If you're not yet a paying listener, I'm asking you to join us today. Independent media has never mattered more. Support our people powered movement and upgrade to subscription status tonight. Upgrade to PayPal auto payments. And I'll keep on analyzing. As the government has already seized everything I've ever released, my voice is all you have. In broken news, at least 2 people were shot near the White House when the Secret Service killed a man who opened fire on officers at a security checkpoint. According to 4 law enforcement officials briefed on the matter, gunfire erupted near the White House yesterday evening, injuring at least 12 people. The United States Secret Service fatally shot a person who opened fire on officers at a security checkpoint in an exchange of gunfire that briefly locked down the White House. To reiterate, the White House was locked down. In their statement, the Secret Service said that the shooting happened shortly after 6 p.m. when a male, the only descriptive I've got, pulled a gun from a bag. The agency said that all officers... I'm so sorry. Reading this, the agency said that all officers are safe. Ask me if I give a shit. The agency said that all officers are safe. Now, ask us if we fucking care. The officials said that one of the individuals was believed to be a suspect. You like that? They just fucking shot someone. And they said, we believe he was a suspect. That's they, in other words, they don't fucking know, but they killed him anyway. But it was not clear if the second person was also a suspect or an innocent bystander. They killed 2 fucking people. 2 fucking people, and they're not even sure what the fuck they did. Again, according to TWA cross-referenced senior officials briefed on the matter, the Secret Service engaged with the suspect and fired at the person. In other words, the Secret Service said a bystander was also shot, but it was unclear who fired the round that injured that person. In other words, they killed 2 people. They're going to claim that the other person was killed by the gunman, but the gunman, well, they're not even sure if that was the guy who exchanged fire with them. How do you like that? Your Secret Service's work, you know? But thank God they're all safe, because they're so fucking obviously retarded and completely incompetent that it's a God-given fucking miracle. It is a religious miracle they didn't shoot each other. Now let's aerial upon the night tide waves with the question of why Trump's abortive assassins are so eminently forgettable. Another weekend, another failed and frankly pathetic attempt to kill the President of the United States. Well, pathetic because it's so blatantly staged. It's so blatantly staged that the crisis actors involved, well, the MK Ultra mind control products, well, they don't even get a chance to shoot. Some kind of gunfire erupted. Secret Service killed 2 people. On February 22nd, if you remember that far back, a Sunday, I was also on air hosting transmission. Secret Service shot dead an armed 21-year-old male called Austin Tucker Martin, who had entered the Mar-a-Lago complex, although Donald Trump wasn't even there at the time. Obviously staged, because no assassin who was serious would miss that. Now, on the Saturday night of April 25th, the 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen tried and failed to storm the White House Correspondents' dinner at the Hilton Hotel in Washington, D.C. And we all saw what happened there because we were meant to see it. In fact, they pre-announced it that it would happen, like he was RSVP'd. Earlier this month, in an incident the news cycle quickly moved past, the Secret Service shot an armed individual at the National Mall. Apparently for shit, grins, and giggles, I guess, because they could do that. And then yesterday, it was the turn of the 21-year-old Nazir Best. I'm just now getting some input on this poor son, this poor sucker's name. One can't help thinking of Trump's famous line about immigration. They're not sending their best. Yeah, well, you're a prime example of that, Donnie. Now, from what we understand, with incoming descriptives of Nazir Best, what kind of name is that? He tried to shoot his way into the White House complex, but was stopped by Secret Service bullets and was then pronounced dead in hospitalization. Best was apparently known to local police as someone who had repeatedly attempted to breach the White House security perimeter. What connects all these incidents other than the fact that they're so painfully staged as to be blatantly obvious on sight, to the point where we don't even register them because they were never meant to get anywhere in terms of, well, getting anywhere near where they could possibly do harm to the president, the perceived target of their actions. The shooters are all MK Ultra programmed young male assets, addled by a presumed hatred of Donald Trump that we project onto them because we have no idea what any of their motivations are because, well, if they survive to tell about it, we don't get to hear what the fuck they're saying. And all we are told is that they are convinced fate has chosen them, of all people, to slay the commander-in-chief. Or so we are told. We all know none of them have ever had any intention of doing that. They're only there to make him look good. See? See? I'm important enough! I'm getting enough done! Where somebody wants to kill me. And that must mean that I'm the good guy. Because it's deep state. Deep state! Well, none of these has ever survived, other than the one who came as close as the 20-year-old Matthew Thomas Crooks. Matthew Thomas Crooks, well, when I think about them, all their names are beginning to blend together because, all assassins are required by law to have three names. The man who was taken down, Cole Thomas Allen, was the only survivor. But none has come close to even touching Trump, and we know he didn't come close to that at all, as the 20-year-old Matthew Thomas Crooks, who was staged to have shot Trump through the ear in Butler, Pennsylvania in July of 2024. Of course, he didn't shoot at Trump at all. One of the Secret Service men turned around and shot a fire chief to make it look like somebody meant business. But Trump was never shot at. He simply pulled up, well, a fist bump, and said, "Hey, look at the ketchup on my ear." If your ear is clipped by a bullet, you would think there'd be like some flesh taken off, but there wasn't any flesh taken off his ear. We could see that by photographs that were taken on site immediately and by all the footage taken that focused in on his head pretty intensively during that incident. There was no flesh missing from his ear, but there was a lot of strawberry syrup, and his fist pumping masturbatorily, like he was jacking off a giant cock, in compensation for the one he doesn't have. Trump, for his part, seems to have become suspiciously accustomed to all these various attempts. Well, he engineers them, so why wouldn't he be? Yesterday on Truth Social, he trotted out his thanks to the Secret Service and local law enforcement for saving his life. Again, and again, and again. And as he did last month after the WkEND incident, he also sought to abuse the news to make the case for his current obsession. The new, super secure, $1 billion White House ballroom redevelopment. Trump saying, and here I read therefrom, "This event is 1 month removed from the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting and goes to show how important it is for all future presidents to get what will be the most safe and secure space of its kind ever built in Washington, D.C. The national security of our country demands it." Well, maybe you should ask if all of these attempts were real, which we know they are not. Maybe you would be asking yourself, Donnie, why? Why do so many people want to kill me? What am I doing wrong? But no, the psychology is so twisted here that we're supposed to look at the people trying to kill him as a positive that somehow means he's doing right. The sheer illogic of it, the irrational circular insanity, speaks for itself. It's not clear how the Best incident, you like that because the killer's name is Best. Well, he didn't kill anybody, he was killed. But the Best incident, it justifies the White House ballroom, right? Again, this is pretzel logic and I can't make any sense of it. So, Aristides, our engineer, he might tell you, well, he'll say the same thing. It's not clear at all how the Best incident justifies the new White House plans, which apparently include state-of-the-art anti-drone and missile systems. But Trump nearly always gets what he wants, and he would be remiss not to exploit the ever-growing number of self-orchestrated attempts upon his life. America being in a strange condition, whereby a shootout at the White House will soon be forgotten. Indeed, if I hadn't brought it up tonight, you probably never would have noticed. Then again, white supremacist teens shot up a mosque, and the White House simply shrugged. There sure as hell wasn't any public statement from Trump about, hey, this is alarming, or what are we coming to? Teenage gunmen opened fire at the Islamic Center of San Diego in my own Golden State nation of California on Monday, opening this work week last, killing 3 people before dying from apparent self-inflicted gunshot wounds. As forever and always, no mythical random good guy with a gun, even one with a Metropolitan Officer's badge, was anywhere to be found, other than another one among the eternally unsung security guards who died in the line of duty as they always do at these incidents. Instead of any paean of gratitude for their grace, instead investigators found a manifesto filled with Judeophobic, Islamophobic, and anti-LGBTQ+ material that described the perpetrator of the Christchurch mosque massacre in New Zealand as a hero. Hate speech was scrawled on one of the weapons. A suicide note contained writings about racial pride. One of the perpetrators, the 18-year-old Caleb Vasquez, had been flagged by the FBI in 2025, had a firearms restraining order against himself, and walked out of a mental health facility the morning before the attack. Bear in mind what I just said. Simply walked out from a straitjacket and a rubber room. The other suspect's mother called police that same morning to report that her son had left home with guns. Both were in the system. Both killed 3 people anyway. Why? Because Trump engineered that too. Am I accusing my president of murder? You fucking bet. The security guard Amin Abdullah, a father of 8, who had worked at the mosque for over a decade, engaged the shooters in a gun battle and triggered a lockdown with one of his final breaths, most certainly saving the lives of all the 140 children inside these motherfuckers had come to kill. He won't be getting any posthumous medals from Trump, but the killers will. The White House released its 2026 counterterrorism strategy this month. It formally designates only left-wing political groups as terrorism priorities, while completely omitting far-right extremism entirely, and cites a CSIS report selectively by leaving out its finding that right-wing attacks over the past decade killed 112 people compared to only 13 from left-wing attacks. The document identifies violent left-wing extremists, narco cartels, and legacy Islamist terrorists as the 3 primary threats facing America. I'm really actually quite shocked they didn't include trans people in that. But here we have 12 teenage coconuts who self-identified as culturally white with a white supremacist manifesto and a stolen arsenal that don't fit any of those categories Trump considers the bad guys. And their role model, the apex Judeo-supremacist Trump himself, does something impeachable every goddamn day. But this week was different. Citizens in revolutionary France guillotined their nobility for less than what Trump did this week last. Let's talk about the most corrupt presidential act in American history, being the most impeachable thing any president has ever done. Every previous entry on the list of great American presidential scandals involved someone trying to hide what they were doing. Trump did this in a Department of Justice press release. In January, Trump sued the Internal Revenue Service, which he controls, for $10 billion over the leak of his tax returns during his first midterm. The Justice Department, which he controls, was theoretically supposed to defend the government against this lawsuit. Instead, the DOJ lawyers tasked with defending the IRS never made an appearance, or even a filing. Trump withdrew the suit before the judge could rule upon its merits. Trump sued himself, settled with himself, and won. What did he win? 2 things: a permanent tax shield and $12 billion in fuck you money. The settlement declares that the United States of America is forever barred and precluded from examining or prosecuting Trump, his sons, and the Trump Organization for tax matters. Then there's the creation of a $1 trillion, $776 billion anti-weaponization fund. You know, Trump's lawfare against lawfare, using a number chosen to invoke the year of the American Revolution. But here's what the headlines keep burying. The $1.776 trillion figure is not based on anything real. The settlement itself stating that the fund's value does not represent the value of Trump's claims, but is instead based on the projected valuation of future claimants' claims. In other words, they made up a number. There being no cap. Now, Sammy Romero joins us as I was just talking about a couple of brown kids who declared themselves on the side of white supremacy because they're quote unquote culturally white. And now we're getting into Trump's
That's hilarious.
yeah.
That's really hilarious. That's hilarious. If I say deport their asses right now.
Well, they're dead.
Yes.
They're dead. Deport their bodies, maybe.
Oh, well, see, then they actually got off pretty good then.
Yeah.
You know? Shoot. That's hilarious.
MK Ultra victims, of course, they're obviously mind controlled. But yeah, how are you doing? How are you doing? People care about you.
Thank you. I'm doing all right, man. I survived finals week, so thank God.
Yeah.
You go through a lot of mental, stress, learning a lot of information and dealing with, actually thinking and trying to, learn. Pretty much, school is a system. That's all it is. School is a system of, learning how to follow instructions and, and playing the game is what I'm trying to say with taking information and regurgitating it back, and you go from there. But no, I'm just a little under the weather, and more necessarily the allergies have kind of kicked in for some reason. Maybe it's me getting older, but your body starts reacting different to to the pollen and stuff. So other than that,
Are you trying any? You trying any antihistamines?
Well, honestly, never really had issues. I mean, I've had issues with allergies, but it's usually, watery eyes, maybe a little runny nose. But other than that, this is really the first time I've really dealt with. It's really right now. It's my throat. My throat's just been a little sore and phlegm, all that nasty stuff. So, it's just me trying to, and I'm trying to stay away from cold drinks because it just makes it worse.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm just glad I survived finals week. I can.
Yes.
Now.
It's probably symptomatic of the stress. It's probably a stress reaction because of I mean, congratulations on your accomplishments. You've accomplished quite a bit academically. I'm really proud of you.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. But other than that, I've just been trying to relax this weekend, and it doesn't really help that what's going on in Southern California is.
Yes.
It's not a coincidence.
That's right. Really nice. This is an attack from Trump's saboteurs on the chemical plant. This is chemical warfare from Republicans.
Well, of course. Yeah. Of course, this hit East LA and Garden Grove, there's a lot of Vietnamese community there. A lot of Vietnamese businesses there that are heavily rooted in Garden Grove and Westminster area, and all these areas are highly ethnic. A lot of people think, Orange County, Disneyland and, Huntington Beach, all those red pockets of Southern California. But, it's very stupid in my sense because, you have Disneyland, which is literally a city in itself. Okay.
Yeah.
This is pretty much, it might also be its own sovereign country. Okay.
Yeah.
They have their own police.
Yeah.
Disneyland. I'm not making this up. They actually have their own police.
They do. They do. It's what would be
And
called a semi-autonomous state, kind of like what Hong Kong was supposed to be in communist China. Continue. Yes.
right, right. So a couple of my friends from school were actually going to go to Disney after dark.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't realize they have adult entertainment. Who knew, right?
Yeah.
I think I mentioned that to you.
Yeah, you've recommended it.
Anyways,
I gotta try it. Yes. Go.
yeah, well, a lot of cosplay girls go there. I've heard. I've never. Wink, wink. I've never actually seen. Uh, but hey, I mean, honestly, I've always recommended you during the Halloween season. You definitely fit in.
Excellent. Yeah.
Especially with your background. But anyways,
Yeah.
that whole area is being affected now. It's interesting that they did not evacuate Disneyland, which
It
is
is interesting.
pretty much right next door. But obviously, it's because it's business.
Yeah.
Disneyland. If they can help it, they're not going to allow their bottom dollar to be affected. But people don't realize there's still risk.
Yeah.
They're not out of the woods, but obviously, they'll deal with that when they deal with that. I'm just glad I'm not in charge.
Yeah.
But as far as East LA, there was I believe there was an oil, either oil pipe or some type of crude oil spilled everywhere in East LA, which it's another concern because Boyle Heights, which is a part of is a section that's really close to East LA, is being gentrified a lot too. So that area in the Arts District is becoming very gentrified.
Yeah.
And all that area is all interconnected. So this is very much, it is, in my opinion, a lot of sabotage. But what boggles my mind, and this is why I think our president is insane. I have to say that because
We don't think that. We know that, but go.
well, we know he's insane, but the reason why I say that is, we have the World Cup that is supposed to be here I don't know if this year or the following year. I could be wrong. I don't,
I've lost track myself. Yeah.
Yeah, it's coming up. It's coming up. The World Cup is coming up, and also the Olympic Games is coming to North America, and obviously Los Angeles is a big hub for that. They have the SoFi Stadium. They have the new stadium that the basketball club, the Clippers. They build a new stadium.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of investment that is really been invested in that area that they're waiting for the payoff.
Yeah.
This is tourism. This is commerce. They've been waiting for this. With all the sabotage that they've done in the sports entertainment industry. When I say that, I'm talking about NFL and basketball and all this. It's all sports entertainment, meaning it's scripted. Let's just keep it real, right?
Yeah. It's just a side of wrestling. Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's an own religion in itself. My point is, there's a lot of money riding on all these events because, to tell you the truth, the city is pretty much bankrupt. Like any U.S. city is bankrupt.
That's right.
They're surviving on fumes and dreams and hopes and credit and you name it. So for our president to do the sabotage lets me know that he's not waiting for November to come.
That's right.
He's already starting.
Yeah.
He already put down his deposit for his mercenary of insane paramilitary crowd. He already put down his down payment.
That's true.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
So you have to understand that it is possible. No, this is clear proof now. You cannot deny. I don't care what part of the wing that you're, the right or the left. It's the same damn dirty, disgusting, parasitic, infected bird.
Yeah. Yes.
This proves to me that it is possible for universal income if they can And I don't even know the complete details. The fact that it uttered out of their fucking mouths
Yeah.
that they are going to compensate these criminals,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
lets me know it
Pay
is
them for
possible.
trying to overthrow our legal government. Yes, they're going to pay them,
Well,
reward them. Yes.
and that's my point though, is this is this I would just want to laugh. I really just want to laugh because you don't have money for healthcare, you don't have money for infrastructure. The list goes on, okay? Hell, you don't want to pay our sex workers.
Yeah.
You don't want to give them their dignity, okay?
Yeah.
And the reason I say that because the sex work industry seems more dignified if you really think about it.
Yeah.
They have the ability to market themselves, to deal with people's issues.
They're providing
And
a service.
they're providing a service,
Yes.
and in a lot of ways, from the people that I encountered, divorce is very expensive.
Yeah.
Infidelity is very expensive. If you're going to cheat on somebody, you might also, contract a professional.
Absolutely.
That's just common sense. Obviously, the little story that I told you the other day, which is hilarious, and I really don't want to get into it because it's just lame. But we'll
Yeah,
keep
it's
that
funny. It's
between.
fun. It's funny.
But
It's the stuff of situation comedies. Yes, go on.
well,
And crime dramas.
when
Yeah.
unfortunately when you're when you are trying to pursue your education, when you are investing in yourself, and you have to work the system like any other American has to.
Yeah.
By the way, not just any American, but every American, including, doesn't matter what tax bracket, whether it's tax breaks that the people that have two pennies to rub together. It's a system, period, right? um it's just lame. You deal with lame people, you're exposed to lame people, and when I say lame people is um people that are really just full of themselves. At being a certain time in your life, a certain age in your life, you just learn to tune people out. You see it coming, in a sense of, especially the younger quote unquote adults, which a lot of it is just they're grown teenagers, right?
Mhm.
Or they're older teenagers. It's just you learn to just sit back, play your role, and do you have to do your job? Like any other profession. In education, you have to pick who do you associate yourself with, who you're not going to associate yourself with, because unfortunately you get grouped in a crowd where they're just ignorant. They're ignorant. They're not aware of their situation and how they act. So you have to pick your spots. A lot of ways. A lot of times it's better to be liked, quote unquote, than to be smart, because intelligence is one thing, but if you're not liked, you know you're you're going to be asked out. Obviously, you being around the military,
Yeah.
you've had to learn how to be likable, and obviously the person that liked you was a somebody. you know
Yes.
um
Yeah.
to this point, even your adversaries can't really fight you on that. It's just there. And I think that's one of the reasons why you're so much targeted, because you were
Thank you.
liked by somebody that
There we are.
unfortunately
Yes.
they didn't cut the mustard. And that's just what it is. And it's really all academia if you really just break it down. Okay.
Yes.
I mean, I remember seeing a little segment on Clarence Thomas, our wonderful Supreme Court justice, who was a affirmative action dependent, as far as he was a recipient of that at Yale University. And it's that very same program that he pretty much abolished, where he's the main, um, the main culprit of passing all this legislation is him,
Yeah.
which says a lot about, his intent really from the beginning. He was playing the part. And when he got to the position and he was offered this position, probably with, I wouldn't say there was a quid pro quo, but it really looks like it was, where we're going to offer you this position, but you're going to be the most bigoted, self-hating black man in the last 50 years.
There you go.
Why? Because we want you to, and this is what we'll offer you.
Yeah.
And any self-hating minority is going to jump at that. Now, I have to point the mirror at myself. And when you talked about, these brown kids or this person's of color, I have to say, the worst cops are your very own kind.
That's right. Always.
The reason why I don't really like Marco Rubio, because I know what he is. He can't fool me. It's the same thing as you, Doug. I remember, the airline that I was affiliated with, not Cathay Pacific. This was another Taiwanese. This was a Taiwanese airline,
right?
And I was really good friends with one of the reps. His dad was a first generation Taiwanese American, but his grandfather was with the nationalists. He was part of the military.
Yes.
So this representative of this airline was very much cultured in Taiwanese culture, back to even mainland China.
Yeah.
But what he encountered here in the States was, these Twinkies, pretty much. You're talking about these Twinkies, and when I mean Twinkies, obviously they're Asians, but they're very assimilated, very
yellow on the outside, white on the inside.
Yes, but it's almost, they're very they want to be white so bad, but the Asian still, their Asian features, you can't escape it. You try to be what you're not. So when I was talking to this Twinkie about manga, right?
Yeah.
And he started making fun of manga.
Yeah. Oh God.
He says, "Oh, I don't watch that shit. I watch, some other goofy show, And to a certain aspect, pardon me, my voice is very
no worries,
hoarse. Okay. To a certain aspect, I listen to them, and it is what it is. You make friends, and you try to at least be cordial. But when I approached this airline agent, he told me, "Hey, I heard you're talking to so and so. Don't talk to him." And I'm like, "Why?" I'm like, "Do you know him?" He's like, "I know him.
Interesting.
I tried talking to him, and he discusses me. I don't even acknowledge him.
Good for him. Good for him. Go on.
He's like, well, he told me, "What are you guys talking about?" I'm like, "We're talking about Dragon Ball Z manga, And he's making fun of it, and he's an idiot. Yeah. Okay, don't talk to him.
Yeah.
And coming from somebody, these two people look alike to me, but his mentality was totally different in a sense of, because obviously through you, I started asking him about Yang Shekai, Chiang Kai-shek.
Yes.
That whole era of World War II that is completely been wiped from not just forget American culture, the world.
It's so true.
The world of the Orient in those times is pretty much, I have to compare to Star Trek in the sense of the Vulcan and the Romulans, how important that battle was, but it impacted the whole world.
Yes.
And till this day, I remember the transmission that you talked about, where in reality, there is no such thing as an actual Chinese.
Yes.
Even your culture is pretty much lost.
Yes.
And whether the communists, when they fall, the nationalists and, the communists have to pick up the pieces, and you guys pretty much have to rediscover your guys' culture.
Yes.
That is thousands of years old. Yeah. So in a lot of ways, you guys are a fragmented culture, and I can understand that being a Chicano, being Mexican descent, because
Yes.
We're of a mixture, but in a lot of ways, they're still continuing to discover, the Aztecs and the Mestizos and
Yes.
the Spanish Inquisition. All that is still pretty much an entire investigation that is continuing.
That's
Because
right.
Hernan Cortez and the Spanish Inquisitions, they pretty much created genocide, but in a more complicated way of the caste system,
Yes.
which is just very silly. But even myself, I have to point the mirror at myself. Today I went to a Hispanic store, on a Sunday, and there were a lot of migrants. Okay, there was a lot of migrants. They looked like they were either from Oaxaca or um, you know very indigenous looking field workers, or migrant
Wow.
workers, or
Mhm.
or agriculture workers. But I caught myself, and I wasn't looking down at them, but comparing myself, like, wow, they look very ethnic. But I had
Yeah.
to catch myself, like, do you know what you look like? Like, it, but it's part of of the American assimilation, where it's just what it is. It's almost like that Taiwanese guy looking at you know that Twinkie and saying, it's just disgusting. Like, I never seen his face. Like, he had a face of disgust, but also like just like disgust. Like, I didn't want to look at you because he looked like a dork.
Yes.
You know,
Because he is
but
one. Yeah.
well, he is. He is. It's like I can't even really talk to you. You're just
By the way,
you,
for those of you wondering how Samuel Romero looks, he looks like Vin Diesel. So
right.
that's what keeps him safe when he's going along some of these areas of East LA. A lot of people just give him leeway because he has that look about him. They're afraid to tear into
Well,
that. But go on,
well,
yes.
you're being very kind. I just mind my business. I don't have, in a lot of ways, like, the street life. It is what it is. But I'm fortunate to not give off that aura of confrontational. I mind my business. People know the vibe. Okay, obviously, and you know that. You walking around San Francisco, you know what areas are what they are. But I've that's one thing about urban life that I do kind of miss is that you know, uh, you get the vibe as soon as you're in different areas. It's just what it is. But other, back to what I'm trying to say with you know, the whole see, I lost my train of thought, but as
No
far
worries.
as um, Marco Rubio,
Mhm.
and I have to mention him, the reason why I always point him out, because I know he knows that he he pretty much is a sellout,
Yeah.
you know. And the people that always think, like, why ethnic people always say that? Well, it's because in the end, you're never going to be a part of what they are.
That's
Okay.
right.
I, I have a lot of, in my area, there's a lot of pockets of Southern culture.
Mhm.
And obviously it has to do with the Dust Bowl and the Civil War. There's a
Yeah.
lot of roots, Southern Confederate roots around here.
Mhm.
And it's a vibe, you know? It's a
Yes.
vibe in the sense that they truly believe they're living in this fairy tale land that, it's America, and they're very patriotic,
Mhm.
but they're only patriotic to what they want to believe.
Yeah.
The little piece of 1776, I'm a patriot, I am a quote unquote heritage American, which is hilarious to me
Yes.
because they're Irish. A lot of them are Irish descent, and you're just a United Kingdom Mexican. You
Yes.
guys eat
He's so
potatoes.
true. He's so true.
You guys,
Yes.
you know, imagine calling a French, a national French, an Irish. They'll spit at you. You know, don't call me a dirty Irish. Hell, you call a Scottish or Welsh. You call them an Irish. they'll look at you like you're insane.
Oh yeah, they
You
get
know
offended. Oh yeah, they get up in
exactly,
arms. Yeah.
but it's we don't know the culture. I'm honestly, I was so moving to the big city. I did not know what a Samoan was. I didn't know what a Tongan was. I didn't know. Let alone I didn't know what the hell the Taiwanese and the Chinese was. It's just you're ignorant. You're
Understood.
very
Yeah.
ignorant.
Yeah.
I told you I thought Derek Carradine was Asian. You know, and seriously, that's I thought he was Asian, especially the
That's
way he talked
yeah.
in Kung Fu: The Legend Continues. I always thought I thought Asian people were stoic and walked around,
And
but
stoned.
you're
And always
and
stoned.
stoned, always stoned and play flutes and they're Shaolin monks. No, man, that's
Oh, I love it.
being around Cathay Pacific and seeing a lot of very awkward Asians. And some were really cool. Some talked about going to Mindanao and they were pretty much playboys and talking about having fun there. A lot of them had a lot of personality, but you see the caste system there. A lot of them, their families have mainland roots and Taiwanese roots, but a lot of them come from very well-off families in China and in Taiwan.
Yes.
So they're more offered a lot of freedom. They're educated here in the States. A lot of Stanford, Berkeley grads and Caltech, but a lot of them just go to these schools as recreation, really, because they're very well educated in the countries. That's just another notch for them, in their portfolios. And a lot of them talk about our education system is really just it's grade school, really.
Yes.
It's just what it is. Um, Nevertheless, it's a big way to educate yourself in what the world is. But as far as these attacks in Los Angeles, it's definitely just sabotage. It's going to continue until November. This is not the end. There was another, quote unquote, pew pew in the White House, which it's pretty much almost every weekend because the markets, Trump's saying that there's a new deal with Iran that never happened, but it's him manipulating the markets.
It really is.
This is very, he knows he's going to go down, or it's pretty much going to be the end. To the fact that he's even saying, well, I can go run in Israel now because I have my polls that I know I run 100% in Israel. I can go be their prime minister.
Right. He's not wrong about his popularity in Israel, by the way, but the legality of his ability to run is in question. But continue, yeah.
Well, I mean, and this is just my theory. I really do think Jared Kushner is really our president.
Yeah, pretty much behind the power behind the throne. Yes, a transgendered woman, no less. Go on. Yes.
And this is a civilian, okay?
Yes.
Jared Kushner has more power than Marco Rubio.
That's true.
And has no responsibility.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just find it very funny that people that look like him are not profiled. I've never understood that. Wink, wink. The profiling, like that's amazing how brown people get profiled. You think of illegal immigrants. Gosh darn it. Where's this poncho at? And he's selling oranges on the side of the road, right? But I don't know. I mean, you have to laugh. You have to humor yourself. But I really do. I am not against racial profiling. I just wish everybody, was profiled just
That's
like
right.
us.
Equally.
What's wrong with that?
Yes.
Something wrong with that. I mean, we're how they say. You were talking about Manzanar the other day, okay?
Yes.
And the fact that I'm not that far away from Manzanar.
Right.
It's very much. It lets you know all these historical sites have a lot of significance in the sense that they are very highly suppressed.
Yes.
And a lot of reasons why is they can still legally do it.
Yes, that's quite true.
They left that window open.
Yes.
That train's always gonna pull up. It's just, any day now.
Yeah.
But the way things are looking, Trump's already put down his down payment for his militia.
Yes.
And what is the worst thing you can do to somebody that's not used to having money? Is you give them money.
That's
and
right.
you blow up their ego.
Yeah.
Not only that too, they're gonna die for him now.
Yes, that's true.
And they're gonna be not only, excuse me,
no worries.
Not only are they gonna be have cash on them, but they're gonna be heavily armed.
Yes. First thing they'll do is buy weapons and ammo, guns and ammo. They've said so. They've all said so. First thing I'll do with my money is buy guns and ammo. Yeah.
Oh, Doug, you're being very generous. Don't just give it to them.
Yeah.
Stop.
True.
Come on.
True. Yes.
Come on.
You got me. That's right. Touche.
They'll give them the. They'll give them the ammo.
Yeah.
Some of them might kill each other with it, but that's collateral damage. That people are gonna die even on their on their side. But I got to give it to Trump. He's pulling all this off. November seems like it's around the corner, but pardon me, the way he is, expediting all these funds that are just coming out of nowhere,
Yeah.
It's amazing, right?
Yeah.
Congress can't do shit about it,
That's right.
All of a sudden, Lindsey Graham can't, get off the phone with his boyfriend and stop this. Nancy Pelosi can't do nothing either. She's probably in the salon doing her hair. You probably should call V and see maybe she's doing her hair there. Who knows?
Could be, yeah.
Knowing how much they listen to you, and I really do believe that they do. They keep tabs on you.
That's for sure. Oh man, yeah. I'll tell you privately about some recent adventures. Go on. Yes.
I would not be surprised. But my point is, it's to a point where, they are pretty much. Congress wants a raise for not doing anything.
Yeah.
You see our speaker going up and saying, well, we should be allowed to do some type of insider trading, something to that effect, where they can work the stock market.
Outrageous.
Or they're asking for.
They want in on the game. They want in on the game along with the raise.
Well,
yeah, come on. Yeah.
See, the thing is, they've already been part of the game. They just want more.
Yeah.
That's the thing. What they want is just a bump. Okay.
Yeah.
And the reason why they're so emboldened to do it, because they're seeing our president's family get rich.
That's
and
right.
They want to be part of it.
That's right.
It's not that they haven't done it. It's just the mistake that we did electing an insane, chauvinistic, egotistical, insane man is he doesn't care no more.
Yeah, it's hard to find descriptives. He's so bad. Yes. Yes.
Well, he's not a classic politician, greed and backdoor deals and, sabotage is no different in politics. This is just theatrics, it's like Reagan, Reagan got credit for, the hostages in Iran. They delayed that so he can get credit for it.
Yeah.
Soviet Union falling, even though it was pretty much falling apart. He got credit for that.
Right.
Let's forget the Iran-Contra scandal. They don't want to talk about that. Introduce crack to brown and black neighborhoods. We're not going to talk about that. But my point is, what Reagan did is he at least played the part. And we talked about this. You talked about this with your former author who, we will not name, but, Vinny, you know who you are.
I doubt he's still alive. I doubt he's still alive. But
well, I mean, in Spanish, the Spanish they're saying is la hierba mala nunca se muere,
Yeah,
meaning the weed, the bad weed is it takes a long time to die, or never dies. But anyways, my point is, all this, it's classic politics. It's just, this is why when that last transmission that I talked about, why Marco Rubio just didn't, at least grow some balls and do his job, and show some balls. Dude, doesn't matter. No one respects you. You might as well just do your job, right?
Indeed.
That's my point. I don't. This is what I don't understand is, to be a politician, you really are a scumbag. It is. You're a scumbag. And it's especially if you represent one of these shitty states. Iowa. What other shithole state? Mississippi, and I'm not trying to say to the people. No, I'm talking about the state, not the people.
Yes.
I love the Southern people. I love them. Their racist charm. Their charm.
Yes.
They're
the most hospitable races. Yes.
Yes, but I can appreciate it. But that's the thing.
Yeah.
I appreciate
unlike the North, they'll stab you in the back. they hide it all. They pretend to be all liberal progressive.
Well,
yes.
I love Brooke, but I know where I stand with Brooke. She tried to invite me to South Carolina. I'm like, why do I want to go to South Carolina? No, Are you kidding me? Like, why would I go to South Carolina? But it's one of these things where it's like, no, I'm not going to South Carolina. And well, why not? It's an open country, and yeah, you're gonna put me to work. What's wrong with you? I was, but it's situational awareness. Okay, obviously, can you imagine you and I going there? Hell, throwing Brendan Zoget. You have a Mexican, a freaking Asian, and
this unidentified Levantine
Jew-looking kid. Shit. In that case, throwing a real tech geek too. This very feminine, weird-looking kid with a camera.
Chestnut brown. Chestnut brown.
Right. Shit. But no, you your situation awareness. Like, no, I won't go to these states.
What his problem was when Real Tech was getting beaten up by all those blacks, the whites used to just walk by and say, "Oh, black on black crime. That's just terrible." Shake their heads.
Oh, well, please, man. Honestly, getting beat up by blacks is actually normal. So that's actually not a bad thing.
That's right. Join the crowd.
Come on. That gives them a little character, believe it or not. Getting smacked around, getting wedgie, gives them character. Okay. It does. It's respectable. It's like, I'll put it this, okay. It's like saying, well, I get a lot of women. I don't need to pay for it, right? No, it's just you're gonna pay for it. You have to pay for it. Come on, man.
It's true. Oh.
You should probably not take it if you don't have to pay for it. You're gonna get more than what you're bargaining. So don't ask that. How do you know? No, don't answer stupid questions. My point is, it's just situational awareness. But as far as our president, he is making his moves. And the problem is everything doesn't go to plan. Okay, even the sabotage that's happening with the city, we cannot afford to not have these events happen. I'm talking about these events. I'm talking about the World Cup. I'm talking about the Olympics. All these events are important to our metropolises. Whether it's LA, Chicago, Houston, Atlanta. As much as the right does not like these metropolises.
Mhm.
They are the main arteries of, excuse me, of our
Economy.
economy. And I have to throw in San Francisco, obviously.
Thank you. By the way, the
These,
plural, just to sound like an academic, is metropoli. It sounds so much more fancy. The metropoli. Just for future
my
reference.
coffee.
No
Thank
worries.
you, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. And no,
Well,
your speech is quite eloquent. It's beautiful, and your coughing only gives it character. Yeah, believe me, we understand. So
thank
continue.
you.
Yeah.
Um, all these cities are very important to our economies.
Mhm.
And we need these type of events. We need the World Cup. We need the Olympics.
Just to
And we're
fucking
still
maintain
in the,
ourselves, yeah. By the way, I
well,
also want to point out to people the beauty of Samuel Romero's cough is that he really is having some kind of symptomatic reaction. Probably the stress has compromised his immune system from all of these tests. Because the first thing I'll notice is most people who are coughing, I hear a lighter, and I notice there's no lighter, so we know that Sammy's not toking. So that's good news. So continue.
so I have some water, and you know, it's just it's life. You have to do what you got to do. And even if let's say I was in the right, because I have to make this argument with people
Yes.
that try to say, well, you know, uh, I'm for strapping yourself up with your own boots and
Oh, that's such bullshit.
being patriotic, right?
What a load
In
of
that
shit.
case, right? In that case, why didn't the Puritans and the Pilgrims stay in Europe?
Yeah,
They
no shit.
stay with their people, right?
Yeah.
God forbid, right? They wanted a new start.
And had to
And
steal it from everybody else because
I say, the promises that our Orange Cheeto did. He said, I'm going to end inflation the first day I'm in. No
yeah.
new wars, and America first. All these are respectable points. I'm not arguing with that. The problem is they haven't came to fruition. They haven't.
Quite the opposite. Yes, quite the
Exactly.
opposite.
I would be a Trump supporter if these happen. $2,000 stimulus check quarterly.
Yeah. Damn
Um,
straight. He'd buy
yeah,
my vote. Yeah.
yeah. I said this on air. I'm easy. I didn't say I was cheap. Let's come on. Exactly why I always tell people with Doug. If you want to treat Doug, give him cash and give him a pretty girl.
Thank
Of
you.
age, obviously.
Yeah.
But my point is, he knows the price and he's paying for it, but it's only to his liking. And it's obviously these J6ers,
Yeah.
um,
Those
and
motherfuckers. Yeah.
and it's lets you know it's really exposing government. It's really exposing our government as far as how stupid we really are as a public.
Yes.
Pardon me.
No worries.
It really points out how dumb Americans are to have so much faith in these elected officials.
Yeah.
What is a congressman? What the fuck is a senator? Who are they?
Well,
You
I
know?
think the public has lost faith in Congress, and that is also part of the problem. Of course, they should lose faith in Congress. I'm not saying they should have any at all, but the problem is they're instead putting their faith in the strongman theory. Oh well, then we got to count on Trump to do everything, and there's the insanity. It's just
Well,
yes,
exactly.
yeah,
Well, and the thing is, see, what the Republicans don't understand is by them not at least trying, at least saying, hey, Trump, let us win one. You get one, we get one, you get one, we get one.
yeah,
Let's play the game a little bit, then we'll give it up,
yes.
or open our legs and you can have your fun, but it's a give and take, right? It's a little dance. The problem is this, okay? For anybody with the means and who is in dire strait, especially if I'm a quote unquote white man, quote unquote, I call him pink man, but white man, right? If I'm a white man who is pissed off that these J6ers, I'm sorry, let me correct myself. if I'm an educated white man, not only educated, but with privilege, I feel like, I'm an American. And I see these people having money, tax free, by the way, taxed free.
Yes.
That's very important. Okay, tax free. That's really what's gonna really bother my ass is it's tax free. That really hurts. I'm gonna have a problem with my representative. And the point with the Republicans and the Democrats as well is you're really forcing people to put a revolver in your mouth and say, why aren't you doing your job?
Yes.
Okay. To that point, I'm talking every single one of them.
Yeah.
And they're not safe.
Yeah.
If you think Iran has a bounty on Trump, can you imagine taxpayer Joe Blow, who is going through a third divorce, bankrupt, and has to be around minorities?
Yes. Yeah.
You understand, someone with the means of finding the representative, not only that, I've donated to you.
Yes.
And you're gonna embarrass me like this?
Yeah. Seriously.
I'm going broke and bankrupt.
Yeah.
You don't think they're not gonna put a Glock 9 in your mouth and not say, why aren't you doing your job, or I'm gonna take your life?
Yes.
And that's really being classy. They can literally just, rape your husband. And I'm talking, not even rape you, rape your husband in front of you.
Yes.
Like Sodom and Gomorrah style. It's not even women. They want to rape. Not only do they want to humiliate and kill you, but you're gonna watch your husband being demasculated.
Yes.
Like prison rape culture.
Yes. Which is what
We don't even
America
want you.
essentially is. Yes. Continue.
Well, and that's the point. We don't even want you. We know we can have our way with you. We want to break down him.
Yes.
And you're gonna watch it with a gun in your mouth.
Yes.
My point is this is how, and I'm talking about, in my mind, how I would be if I'm a white man.
Yes. Yeah.
I have to be around these minorities. People don't understand. The reason why there's social programs, there's welfare, there's all these programs is because people that don't look like me don't want to be around me. They don't want to live around me.
Yes.
So guess what? All these minorities, all these blacks, all these gays, all these Muslims, all these whatever quote unquote undesirables, where are they going to go? Where all the resources are at.
Yes. Yeah.
So you might as well have these social programs. But now you have all these J6ers that are being paid tax free.
That's right. The new welfare queens. Go on.
I'm putting myself in, Joe Blow taxpayer.
Yeah.
It's not even us. It's not even the minorities that are going to be mad. They're going to be mad.
Yes.
Because they played themselves.
Yes. So
my point is, it's not a very good time to be elected official.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not a very good time. I would be very scared. You need to walk around with whoever's listening to this, whether it's the right or the left, you need to walk around with a bulletproof vest and a football helmet.
Yes. Pretty much.
Because you're dead meat.
Yes.
And your speaker is the speaker's putting a target on his back.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of broke Republicans who are realizing they're broke.
And they're all
armed.
What does that mean? They're broke and they're armed.
Well, they're armed, but you know what broke is to them? Not going on vacation.
Yes.
And being around minorities.
Yes. Thank you.
You took away all my legal immigrants that pay, that work for peanuts, and now I'm going bankrupt.
Yeah.
And now I have to be around I have to pay actual U.S. citizens.
Yeah.
You're bankrupting me.
Yeah, it's true.
I didn't tell you to take them away. I just want to feel more empowered, but I still want the privileges of this illegal immigration.
Of course.
Yeah. And then you're finding out about Lakewood, New Jersey, about some juice boxes that have all these benefits, that have these black hats and beards. Nope, they're juice boxes. They're. I'm not referring to any other type of, race are they're juice boxes. High C, fruit punch, orange juice. My point is, all this, not only that too, information is at our fingertips. All of a sudden now, finances and budgeting goes into play now when you have to be around minorities, and
Yes.
that's a big wake-up call. And, I have to go. My boss is calling me.
Understood.
So,
well, we love
okay.
you dearly, and share that love with your family. Blessed be thy night, okay? And stay safe and be well. With that, of course, we were speaking, of course, of the fact that Donald John Trump has the most corrupt presidential, the most corrupt president in American history, has just conducted the most impeachable act that any president has ever engaged in. He's basically given himself $1 trillion fucking dollars, in theory. There being no limit, really, on what he's claiming, what they say is the projected valuation of future claimants' claims. A slush fund with which, as Samuel Romero said, to put down payment on his paramilitary force, starting with the J6ers. The 5-member commission deciding who gets paid is handpicked entirely by the Attorney General Todd Blanche, who was previously Trump's personal criminal defense lawyer, which itself should be a scandal. Almost anyone alleging weaponization, which is what this slush fund is all about, anti-weaponization. Well, almost anyone alleging having been weaponized against, in other words, having been engaged in lawfare against, can apply. And Blanche has refused to say that people convicted of assaulting Capitol police officers on January 6th would be excluded. The money itself cometh from the Treasury Department's Judgment Fund, a permanent appropriation, a misappropriation, designed for paying government settlements. Congress has not approved a single penny thereof. The Constitution saying explicitly that no money shall be drawn from the Treasury except through congressional appropriation. In a functioning democracy, this alone would be a felony. Now compare this to what camest before. Teapot Dome, the great scandal of the 1920s, involved a cabinet secretary secretly leasing federal oil reserves to private companies in exchange for bribes. It was corrupt, but it was one official, acting outside his authority, who was eventually prosecuted and imprisoned. Richard Nixon abused the IRS to harass political enemies. Reagan's administration sold weapons to Iran and funneled the money to Nicaraguan rebels in defiance of Congress. These were serious abuses of power, but none of them involved the president engineering his own permanent legal immunity while creating $1 billion reward fund, $1 trillion slush fund for his political allies. Trump has already been impeached twice. Once for pressuring Ukraine, and once for January 6th. Neither resulted in conviction. His misactions this week last make both of those look like parking tickets. The founders were worried about a lot of things: a standing army, a state religion, taxation, sans representation. They did not anticipate a president who would sue his own Treasury Department, win, and abuse the proceeds to bankroll his co-conspirators. Not because they lacked imagination, but because they assumed the people watching would do something about it. Again, Citizens in revolutionary France guillotined their nobility for less than what Trump did this week last. And Trump officials are hiding how bad the Iran war actually is. The Trump maladministration has spent 18 months telling you the legacy mainstream mass media machine is the enemy of the people. This week last, it proved it means that literally. Just as Sammy Romero helped to formulate our latest topic of discussion to this point, Holly Kiefer, our perma correspondent, she has articulated that the press is now a branch of the government, no longer the fourth estate in independence, but a mouthpiece of the executive. When Trump says the machine of media is your enemy while he controls it, well, he proves himself to be open about his ill intent against yourself. More on that in a moment. Sam alluded to Manzanar waiting to reopen. Now, according to cross-confirmed reports from multiple outlets, the outlets that Trump says are your enemy, even though they're all owned by his friends, the United States government has been restricting information about the Iran conflict through voluntary satellite imagery blackouts, seized web domains, and direct threats to mainstream mass media machinery outlets. The reason appears straightforward. Iran has caused significantly more damage to American military bases than the public has been told. The maladministration calls it operational security. That's the phrase governments use when they mean, we'd rather you didn't know. This isn't a distant or abstract press freedom concern. There are American service members whose families do not have any picture whatsoever of what they're walking into. There are voters being asked to support a war on the basis of a casualty count that experts know to be incomplete. And there
Douglas.
Yes, honey. Welcome aboard.
Hey, not lurking. Yeah, just a hi and bye, because I'm totally down with what you're saying and want you to continue. But I heard your little shout.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And I mean, this Trump's lawsuit, I mean, this is an ultimate expression of people elected to hate government that despise government.
Thank you.
It's the scorpion stinging itself.
Bless you. Exactly.
And the other thing is that, as you know, with Trump's kind of war on any kind of press freedom, he's also living the dream because he's every headline every day.
Yes.
It never stops.
That's right.
And that's when I realized the first time he would win. Nobody sells papers like that guy.
Yeah.
No TVs ever have turned on more to see him make a fool of himself, either out of love or hate.
Yeah.
As far as the media fixation. So again, he's beaten the donkey that carries him.
That's right. That's right. And
so
it's
for how long?
Yeah. That's incredible.
And
yeah.
That's why I'm thinking he's just a puppet show now, because like Murdoch said, there's nothing left to do for us.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have the reins. We've got every power. There are no more regulations.
Yeah.
Everyone's been fired. All those agencies have been disbanded.
Yeah.
It's our world now.
That's right.
So what the fuck is he hanging around like a liability for? And his cabinet of clowns.
Yeah. Yeah.
None of them are making the decisions.
Well, I must say that I confess that you're right. I concede to Holly Kiefer in her original theses that they're going to kill us all if they can help it. I'll point out why soon enough.
Okay.
But definitely, I'm so glad you
Okay.
came on. And anything else
Yeah.
you want to insert before, you take off for the... How are you
Oh,
doing
it's
personally? We hope
so
you're okay. I mean,
I'm
you
good enough.
okay? You are
I'm
willing to
good
share with
enough.
people that you've had some work done on your teeth. Is it okay for me to bring that up? I mean, people care about you as a
Yeah, I
person.
did, and it was one of those real sudden jump outs. And like I say, if I had $1,000 laying around, I would be sending you money. But I got an emergency credit card,
Yeah.
and that saved the day
Jesus
because
Christ,
I
thank you for
couldn't keep
that.
going in pain
Yeah,
and misery.
of course not.
But
Yeah.
I'm happy I did that.
Well, you could die from a gum infection. Yeah, I mean
You
that's
can.
yeah, that's my father's father almost did. My legal father's father almost did. Yeah,
But I'm real good with that stuff now, and you better be,
yeah,
as you get on in years. So
yes,
I was surprised
yeah,
that happened.
yeah.
And it was kind of weird in a lot of ways, but man, it was no good. So anyway, I'm on the other side of that,
Thank God.
and that's very good.
Yes.
But I really want to keep rolling right along with you because it's been fantastic.
No, thank you,
And
Connie.
I missed a big chunk of it, and I missed a lot of Sammy. But at the end, when he was going,
Mhm.
yeah, he was right about everything.
There we are.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, all right. All right.
Well, bless you, honey. Love you
Okay,
dearly.
I'll be listening.
All
Okay,
right. You
thank
have a
you.
blessed
Love
night.
you.
Okay. Take care
Bye.
for now. So, as we said, there's reporters now trying to close that gap between the American service members whose families are blind to what they're walking into. And in their own case, American service personnel are the blind being led by the blind, while there are voters, yourselves, being asked to support a war on the basis of a casualty count that experts know to be completely false, severely undercounted. And there's reporters trying to close that gap of blank space where the information has been scrubbed, who now have to wonder what happens to their sources, if they do. Critical Omissions does not have a web domain that the Department of Justice can seize and label a disinformatia or disinformation campaign. Because disinformation, especially from the Russians, is what we campaign against. And we are not publicly traded, so the capitalists can't sell us out to the communist Chinese with a rope that will then be used to hang the traitors on scaffolds built by contract construction of Chi-Com labor. There's no advertiser to call in the morning asking us to cool it on the body count. What we have is listeners, and that is the only reason we can speakest thus without anyone running it through legal first. Independent analyses doesn't survive government information blackouts on principle. It survives on subscriptions. If you've been listening for free, this is the week to change that. Become a paid subscriber. Upgrade to PayPal auto payment. Because the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party called off the vote to rein in Trump on Iran. Republicans called off the vote on the Iran war resolution that was on the verge of passing. The House had scheduled a vote on a war powers resolution, brought by Democrats, of course, that would rein in President Donald Trump's military campaign. But as it became clear that Republicans would not have the numbers to defeat the bill, Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party leaders delayed planned votes into June. As to why this matters, it was but the latest sign of the slipping support in Congress for a war that Trump launched more than 12 months ago sans congressional approval. Republicans in the Senate are also working to ensure they have the votes to dismiss another war powers resolution that advanced to a final vote earlier this week, when 4 Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party senators supported the resolution, and 3 others were absent from the vote. This brings us to the Iran war's inflationary fallout. Americans have been struggling for months with high gas prices and persistent inflation, sending consumer sentiment to a record low. Now, retailers like Walmart and Lowe's are getting louder about their warnings that spiking fuel costs, driven by the Judeo-American war with Iran, will soon be reflected in the prices of products on their shelves. When that happens, it's only going to make American affordability problems that much worse. Joe Feldman, an analyst at Telsey Advisory Group, has gone on record to say that we are concerned that the consumers have less ability to spend, even now. Looking ahead, in his own words, the lower income consumer is going to become even more challenged. At Walmart, the chief financial officer, John David Rainey, said the company has seen some habits change. Consumers purchased fewer gallons per visit at Walmart pumps in the first quarter, with the average number falling below 10 for the first time since 2022. To quote his T, "That's an indication of stress," and inflationary concerns are hitting consumer sentiment. According to the survey released on Friday into this weekend, the University of Michigan's final May Sentiment Index decreased 5 points to 44.8 from April. That's the latest in a series of record lows and weaker than all projections in a Bloomberg survey of economists. But according to the Trump maladministration, higher fuel costs haven't yet pushed up prices of most goods in these United States. According to the United States Department of Commerce, affluent Americans have been propping up overall consuming spending, a primary engine for our radically restructured economy, as retail sales rose for a 3rd straight month in April. Because the bottom 60% of Americans don't matter to the economy anymore, except as zombie fillers, because now the super rich are plumping themselves up with dead people's fat. America's economy is now powered by a minuscule wealthy elite, while ordinary workers have become more economically irrelevant than ever before. The top 10% of households now account for half of all consumer spending, while the bottom 60% collectively contribute less than 20%. At the same time, asset markets, AI investment, and luxury spending continue booming even as, and likely because, millions struggle with debt, stagnant wages, housing costs, and a subsistence lifetime of perpetual job insecurity. The economy has devolved into what analysts call a plutonomy, which is why economic growth no longer means prosperity for average people, while rising inequality has created a system where ordinary workers have simply ceased to matter to the market altogether. Dwell upon the terms I'm using and what I've just articulated. A plutonomy is an economy of hell itself. Pluto was the god of the underworld, and appropriately enough, the god of money. For the love of money is the root of all evil. In a plutonomy, you don't count anymore. The top 10% of households now account for half of all consumer spending. The bottom 60% of Americans contribute less than 20%. Meanwhile, the wealthy are buying estates, yachts, selling Mai Tais to each other, and that is the economy now. They don't need you anymore. They simply don't need us. And there is the vampire, the vampires of Pan America, south of the border, below the equator, the Pistaco. That's a subspeciation of vampire that feeds off fat. Human fat. Why? When you go to Bolivia, the real American Atlantis, or rather the fact is that Atlantis was in the Americas. In Bolivia, the Andes, all along the dragon spine of the Andean mountains of Chile, in the Argentine, in America down south of our western hemisphere, the Pistaco feed off the fat of the Eskimo-like peoples who live in the mountains so high up in the atmosphere that, like the Inuit peoples or the indigenous peoples of the Arctic, they must have a proper amount of body fat to survive, or they would freeze to death. In this kind of environment, the subspeciation of vampirism, the Pistaco, they sometimes set up butcheries. They pass as animal slaughterhouses, but they've been discovered to be farming people for their fat. Strangers have sometimes paid the price when the locals fought back against the vampires of the South. Cameramen from America went down south to Bolivia to film the indigenous peoples in their native habitats at city sites so high in the sky that your average American would need an oxygen tank to survive. People thought, look at them filming everybody with their cameras. What are they doing? They felt that they were beginning to lose weight, which meant they were vulnerable to death, freezing to death, from lack of body tissues to insulate them. The American cameramen were killed, believed by the indigenous peoples of Bolivia to be Pistaco, stealing their fat and their substances, just by their very act of filming. This is, of course, an irrational reaction to what is an actual phenomenon. Well, the Pistaco have moved up north. The fly speck of our population at the apex of our Plutonomic pyramid. Understand that old French chestnut about a woman of a certain age being forced to choose between their arse or the face, which is why the very richest women in America have ended up looking the way they do. Skeletal, but also now selectively cushioned in strange sculpted lumps and bumps, injected with fillers of every conceivable sort, and some you wouldn't want to conceive. For the first time in history, the deleterious attendant aesthetic downsides of extreme thinness are a problem money and technology can and will solve, even if it means harvesting the flesh of the dead. Let me explain, if you can stomach it. Because, I can tell you, the first thing, if you're on the lookout for the Pistaco, is that they're thin. Those American cameramen who died for filming the indigenous peoples of the Andes Mountains died because they fit that billing. They were skinny, like your average healthy American, who seeks to be thin and free of excess body fat. But in that environment, you stand out as impossibly vulnerable. How could you survive? the icy blast of the wind chill factor at those altitudes without stealing other people's fat? Well, you're going to find out up north now. The fashion for extreme thinness isn't new. For decades, since the rise of fast, cheap food, since the poor got fat, near anorexia has been a way of signaling that you're ultra elite. Tom Wolfe described it best in The Bonfire of the Vanities. The woman came in 12 varieties. First, there were women in their late 30s and in their 40s, and older women of a certain age, all of them skin and bones, starved to near perfection. To compensate for the concupiscence, or concupiscence, how would I say that word again? Help me out here, Brendan, since you're bitching about my finally getting back to cryptids. You want a cryptid? Look at what Heather Holman sculpted. Come on, tell me how much you love that shit. She fashioned it after you. He's going to respond in text, of course, just to annoy me. He's like rescheduled now, so we're having to jibe with that. Now, to read again from the Bonfire of the Vanities, just to prove how literate I am, since when I get some sleep, I'm gonna bitch more. Cool. Okay, we all look forward to that. Yeah, Heather set an image again. There we are. Oh, I guess all I can put on that is like, wow. Okay, that's all right. Wow for that image. And oh, okay. There you go. Nice multicolored skull there to emphasize the different parts of the anatomy. All right. Okay. Such having been brought to our attention. Now, as Thomas Wolfe says in The Bonfire of the Vanities, the woman came in 12 varieties. First, there were women in their late 30s and in their 40s and older, women of a certain age, all of them skin and bones, starved to near perfection. To compensate for the concupiscence missing from their juiceless ribs and atrophied backsides, they turned to the dress designers. This season, no puffs, flounces, pleats, ruffles, bibs, bows, battings, scallops, laces, darts, or shirts on the bias were too extreme. They were social x-rays, to use the phrase that had bubbled up into Sherman's own brain, his main character. I'm laughing at what Brendan's saying. He's saying this skull's better than the last. Yeah, it was industrially produced. He says, it's your version of Rota's skull? And she says, yes. I have no idea what Rota's skull even fucking is.
Well, the Rota skull is this image that I just posted. It's like a puzzle you could take apart, and that's how you learn. People in school learn the anatomy of the brain, and that was the diagram I was going off of when I was trying to make my own version.
Cool. Wow. Thank you. That was delightful. Thank you. All right, here she is. She's giving us. Oh, and of course, Brendan gives us the German oath skull. Nice, incredible occult work of art, and of course, occult technology and artilica, if ever there was. Well, thank you for expressing that, Heather. By the way, how are you? People care about you as a person. How are you, Heather?
Doing well.
Good, good.
Yeah.
We missed you. We missed you the last episode.
I know it's been a couple episodes, I think, since I've come in, but I'm always listening.
Good. Well, I'm so glad for that. That makes me feel always secure that you're with us. How about Vin? How is he doing?
And he's doing good. He's got a new hobby. Yeah. So he's going into the aquarium world.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
So he's absorbed with his snails and plants and things like that.
wow. Oh, that's delightful. I was an aquarist for
Yeah.
years.
Oh, you were? That I
Yes.
did not know.
Yes. No. Aquariums are a passion of mine. Yes.
I
Yeah.
did not know that. Wow.
Yes.
Fun fact.
Yes. Yeah. You can share that with him, but I'm so glad he's doing that. How's his mother?
She's okay. Stubborn as ever.
Hmm. Is
Yeah.
she wheelchair bound now? Or yeah.
No, when she had was in the rehab with a broken arm, she couldn't walk with a walker.
Right.
And then she got a wound on her foot, and so she wasn't walking. We got her an electric wheelchair,
Hmm.
and now she's back on her feet.
Hmm.
She's just starting to walk without a walker again.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
And aside from yourself, how about you still visiting or back to visiting the cemetery, or kind of cooled
No,
off on that?
I went on Mother's Day, but it kind of freaks me out now. I
I
mean,
see. Yeah.
because of the health things that I'm dealing with, and
Yeah.
I tell you, I don't even know.
Well, judging by what you're
I learned
sculpting,
about I learned how
yes, go on. Yeah, you learned about how.
yeah, I
Yeah.
learned how like brain parasites, like if you have parasites or in the brain or anything like that, that a fungus or mold kills it, or squashes a lot of it out. So I'm like wondering, is it better to get mold or fungus than to have a brain parasite? I don't know.
I wouldn't worry too much about the brain parasites. You're not Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr. after all.
Oh no,
Yeah.
no, but it's interesting that I have a microscope and I do see things on that level, and sometimes I wonder, but I'm not a doctor, so I'm not going to diagnose anything.
Well, good. I mean, and have you been to a doctor recently to
Yeah, okay. They
Okay.
always just laugh at me and they just tell me I'm too fat or something. They don't
That's
they don't
cute.
take me seriously at all.
Okay. Well, I mean, that might be a good thing. That might be a good thing.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So yeah, yeah. And sometimes you just have to count on that. You just have to accept that, and
Right.
take that as something that's reassuring. That can be a good thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not dying right now, right?
That's right. That's right. No, you sound good. Sound good.
Right.
And
Thank you.
well, love you dearly. Anything you want to bring to our attention?
No, just all the stuff that's going on in the world is crazy. It's hard to sleep at night.
Oh, well, don't let that bother you. Or what's going on in the world is just, yeah, the world will keep on turning, and we'll come out of this the better for it. I mean, it'll get a
Hmm.
lot worse first, but we'll come out of this the better for it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I learned a fun fact
Yeah.
that if your hair on your big toe is still growing,
Yes.
that means you have a healthy heart.
Yes, that's quite true. Yeah. What
I
happens with
didn't
the
know that.
Yeah, what happens with the feet? I know this because I had to take off my shoes to show my doctor my feet because of that time I had run all the way to Chinatown so I wouldn't be late for my chiropractic appointment. So I ran all across up Russian Hill and then down towards Chinatown and into North Beach, and yeah, so I ran and really I basically kind of bruised a tendon in my foot. So my foot was in agony, and I was concerned it might be a neurological issue.
Hmm.
So I had removed my shoes and socks for the doctor to see my feet as soon as he walked in, and the first thing he said was, "I have very healthy feet, even though they're deformed. My arches are completely collapsed. They're not just flat arches; they're collapsed. But other than that, my feet were completely healthy in the sense that they had hair." And he said, "Oh, so there's hair on, the top of your feet." And he says, "See, what happens is that when the circulation is bad, then because the feet are such an extremity, they will get rid of any extraneous item that the foot does not need because the blood's going to the more valuable centers and arteries of your feet just to keep them functioning. But with unhealthy people, they get older and their feet swell up with edema, and the first thing to go is the hair on their feet. So the feet have no hair, and the first thing you notice about unhealthy people is hairless feet. Obviously, this doesn't include
Then
shaving.
what, hairless legs, or does that just happen with age?
well, that happens with when someone's got heart failure. Basically, it means your
Okay.
heart's going into failure, and you need to see a doctor about controlling your heart failure. So that's yeah, and circulation. It means very poor circulation, usually due to a heart issue. So this is why people with heart issues get swollen feet, and they lose the hair. They it gets rid of the hair because the body doesn't need that. So it gets rid of that first. And but the obviously women shave their legs, but what happens is that for a man it's much easier. With a man it's much easier to identify. Of course, I shave my legs too, but at that time that I saw my doctor, hair was growing back on my feet at the time, so he saw that immediately and said, "Yeah, you've got your feet are fine." Yeah,
Yeah.
and,
I mean, your heart is fine, he meant,
yeah.
right?
He meant both. He meant both. Yeah. By looking at your feet, I can tell your heart is fine. Yeah. So yeah, doctors can tell these things. So do bear in mind, you may not know what your doctor can tell as soon as you walk into a room, but doctors have, 10 years of school and plenty of preparation aside from that. Not to mention their internship, not to mention, all their experience in their career. Doctors know what they're looking at. And so, yeah, just trust them. Most of the time, they're going to be right on. Now, there's plenty of times, yeah, they can be wrong. And believe me, I've had lots of negative experience. So you just want to, it's only in an extreme case where you really feel that your doctor's wrong, get a second opinion, obviously. But, if two doctors kind of like agree that, hey, on something, you might as well accept it at that point.
Yeah,
But
hey, this guy's got leprosy, you know?
uh, uh, what was this about leprosy? What?
Yeah, like if the doctor says, hey, the guy's got leprosy, then you pretty much got leprosy, right?
Well, I think if a doctor says that, then at that point, yeah, I mean, that is such an extreme case that that would be something you would probably notice before you even went to see him. That's
Well, is it even a thing anymore, or do we get vaccinated for it, or is it people still get it?
well, yes, yes, people can contract leprosy. Leprosy can spread, and you can contract it through extraordinarily poor hygiene and unhygienic circumstances. So leprosy still manifests in the United States, like people who are living in filth and squalor in their cars, for instance. This can happen, has happened. And police, one time that I knew, in one case, I don't want to go too deeply into, a woman was stopped who was living in her car, and she had been just sitting down in her own shit and piss for so long in that car that because she was too afraid to get out of it to shit and piss at night because she would die of the cold in the circumstances being homeless and living in her car, she just shit and pissed in her own car and was driving around in it. And then when the police stopped her and forced her to exit the car, her ass literally fell off. That's
Yeah,
leprosy. Yeah. Yeah, that's
yeah. So you can get it. So I thought that, like, I know in the Bible in Leviticus it talks about your house if house is getting leprosy, and I know when they're talking about that, they're talking about mold.
well, they can be, or they're speaking of some cosmic curse like astrological houses. But yeah, yeah, could be mold. Well, my
Because they have this whole thing about what the priest has to go in and do this, and then 7 days later, if it does this and that and this, and it's like all the rules and the laws of whatever. And if your home has leprous, if is what it how it refers to leprous home or leprosy.
well, then I've got a leprous home. My home is like seething
No.
with black mold. So that's yeah,
Oh, it is. That
yeah.
looks. You have to do something about that. Your face is gonna fall off.
Well, remember I'm a vampire, so it's not the same with me. But
Different kind of mold.
I don't know if it's a different kind of mold, but my physiology handles it.
Good.
I mean,
Good.
I guess so. Yeah, I mean, yeah. How about someday? I do hope to get out of this environment, but yeah, were I not a vampire, I would not survive it. Brendan Zogate, who has been here, has testified to that. That he was actually telling his mother about it when Doug's in an environment that is literally no human could live there, and his mother was saying, "You can't be serious." And he said, "No, I'm serious. I was in there, and no human could survive that. That's yeah. It is what it is. But there you go with that.
You still have the hospital stuff there?
I do. Are you asking if I still have hospital equipment here from
Yeah, all of the
caring for my
hospital stuff.
parents? You mean
Yeah,
like from caring for my parents and stuff like that?
the bed and stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I got all kinds of shit packed in here.
Oh, jeez. I wish I could do something to help you, and if I can, let me know.
Of course. Yes, of course. I appreciate that profoundly. Obviously, for anyone out there, obviously contributions at this month simply because of paying my life insurance, paying to maintain my website once a year. All this happens once a year and it all hits in the same month, and I've had to take care of all that this month. So whatever can be contributed towards that will be helpful in the most immediate sense. Obviously, Heather's speaking much more strategically, much more long term. And we'll see what happens. But
Yeah.
obviously, someday I intend to move from this environment, relocate. I'll always maintain this as a storage facility, which is all it's really is, just a storage
Yeah.
unit. But
We'll see what the future unfolds.
yeah, yeah. And well, I love you dearly, and feel free
You
to
too.
jump in whenever you feel like it, and
Will do.
share that kiss with Vin, and
Okay.
have yourself a pleasant night. Yeah, jump in whenever you want. Okay.
Thank you.
Now, I was reading from, just to show what a literati I am, I was reading from Thomas Wolfe's Bonfire of the Vanities about these, completely enervated females who are emaciated. Wolfe goes on to describe what he calls the social x-rays, the term he's using. The main character of the novel, Bonfire of the Vanities, refers to this elite caste, this class of femininity as social x-rays. He goes on to describe their bête noire. The bête noire, well, the bête noire is French for black beast. And he describes their bête noire, their black beast, as the lemon tarts. These were women in their 20s or early 30s, mostly blondes, the lemon in the tarts, who were the second, third, or fourth wives or live-in girlfriends of men over 40 or 50 or 60 or 70, the sort of woman men refer to, quite without thinking, as girls. This season, the tart was able to flaunt the natural advantages of youth by showing her legs from well above the knee and emphasizing her round bottom, something no x-ray had. Now, traditionally, a social x-ray had no response to the round bottom of a lemon tart. She could only seethe and watch her multi-billionaire husband eye them up greedily. The wives could starve themselves into elite acceptability, but they could never grow back their curves. Even when autologous fat transfers, meaning self-transferal of one's own fat, became as possible, when fat tissue is extracted from one area of a person's body via liposuction and then re-injected into areas requiring a bit of plumping up, they couldn't take advantage of it because they had no body fat to transfer. In the age of GLP, glucagon, yes, that's a word, glucagon-like peptides, the GLPs, Mounjaro, Ozempic, etc. Many of the 0.1% now find themselves with 0% body fat. So what are the scrawny super rich meant to do? Enter, well, your only purpose in life now, since you're not helping with the economy anymore, zombie fillers. The latest, increasingly popular, non-invasive cosmetic procedure that offers the human fat of dead donors to living humans who want to look max, but lack body fat of their own to repurpose. For women, autologous fat is most often transferred from the belly and upper arms to the lips, cheeks, breast, and buttocks. Men often prefer to shift their excess tummy tissue to other body parts, most commonly pecs, biceps, and calves. Fat transfers are more expensive, complicated, and painful in terms of recovery time than the more commonly used fillers, such as hyaluronic acid, Juvederm, Restylane, Belotero, brands which are made from natural sugars, calcium hydroxylapatite. I think it's calcium hydroxylapatite. It's a mineral compound used for contouring the jaw and jowls, or polyl-lactic acid. Polyl-lactic acid stimulates natural collagen production and is said to last for up to 12 years. Now, on the upside, fat transfers present an obvious win-win, offering an efficient and ecological use of the body's resources. In the age of climate catastrophe, good citizens everywhere ought to recycle and reuse, right? Human fat also feels, well, human, because it's living tissue. It's soft and flexible, so they say, and it doesn't migrate around the body or require constant renewing. The new procedure, introduced to the market in late 2025, has been gaining in popularity among the X-ray class. It's employing something called cadaveric adipose tissue, a fancy medical term for dead people's fat. The fat tissue being harvested from donated cryogenically frozen cadavers, then sterilized, preserved, and stored in test tubes, whereupon it is alchemized via marketing and copyright into a yellowish custard, patented as aloe clay. Your new magical term for what someday you might do, or use, or even eat. Doctors profiting from the procedure are happy to talk it up, of course. In a recent interview with Business Insider, the Dr. Sachin Shridharani, a New York-based cosmetic surgeon of obvious Asian Indian extraction, said his patients are opting for cadaver fat over their own transfers for breast augmentation. And this includes men as well as women, in spite of the eye-watering $100,000 price tag. Because now that body fat is easily disappeared with a jab, corpse fat is the path of least resistance. Emphasizing that he himself has performed more than 100 procedures using aloe clay at time of interview, he is quoted as saying, "People are paying for the convenience. It's about not having the downtime, not needing more aggressive procedures, not having an anesthetic." Another cosmetic surgeon to the multi-billionaire class says that zombie fillers are just as popular with his male clients who want to enhance their abs or achieve more prominent pecs. To quote his T, "I have all these fit, totally ripped guys that have no fat for liposuction." The fat is used to fill out the giveaway wrinkles on hands and even feet. Foot filler makes sense if you think of all the red carpet attention on high heels. Why spend thousands on a shoe only to focus attention on a middle-aged claw? Well, one of Dr. Shridharani's patients, the 57-year-old CFO, Chieftainess Financial Officier, Gretchen Seal, raved about the convenience and the ease of aloe clay, which she reported using to smooth out the edge of a breast implant and used extra product to fill out hip dips. The procedure taking under 40 minutes, which was less time than it took to prep her with numbing cream. It also required almost no recovery time. The fat cells in aloe clay don't actually contain the donor's deoxyribonucleic acid. No DNA. Even the highest status X-ray might balk at the thought of smearing her bones with someone else's genetic code. The fat is processed in a way that removes the nucleus of the living cellular material, and it's zapped with gamma rays to sterilize it and remove contaminants, leaving a sort of gelatinous scaffold that the patient's own cells begin to populate. But even so, it's entirely unclear whether the dead fat donors would have been happy to end up as a multi-billionaire's butt lift. Worse yet, it is edible as a custard. No, I haven't tried it myself, to my knowledge. But I understand that it is flavored and dispensed as a party favor at the ultra elite, well, shindigs, or what was the term my dad used to use, my legal father? Ballyhoos? No, what did he call it? Hootenannies! That was the term he used to say. Basically, where they get really down and dirty and degenerate and decadent. Now, the WAGA, yes, the UAGA, the Uniform Anatomical Gift Act, lets tissue banks collect voluntary donations from the dead for use in transplants, research, education, and what's known as enhancements. But many registered donors are unaware exactly where their body parts might be used for. Well, what their body parts might be used for, and if for what, just where they will end up being. According to the Los Angeles Times, lobbyists for the multi-billion-dollar body parts industry helped rewrite the WAGA, the UAGA, the Uniform Anatomical Gift Act, circa 2006, to make it easier for body parts to be harvested immediately, or at least quickly. Now, there are no brand ambassadors as yet that I know of, but a Google image search for celebrities who use zombie filler reveals a gallery of grotesquerie that resembles a collection of commedie dell'arte masks. For those of you who don't know, that's the classical Italian comedy which produced our first professional actresses in history. What is this from Heather? His body was clad in armor made out of diamonds. The boy was named Nandi, who brings joy. Thank you for this. I don't know quite what to make of it, but it's as everything else from Heather, it's interesting. You know, whatever else she can be accused of, she can never be accused of being dull. Now, as for people who are using your fat, possible candidates include Susan Dell, the philanthropist wife of the multi-billionaire Michael Dell, who I don't find too unpleasant to look at all. I actually find her easy on the eyes, but then again, she's paid enough for that effect. Lauren Sanchez Bezos, the recently revamped Emma Stone, and a long list of similarly stick-thin actresses and socialites who now sport occasional curves on their skeletal frames. Susan Dell made a rare appearance recently with her husband to announce a vast donation, and the dramatic change in her appearance, her intense thinness combined with the various anomalous lumps provoked astonished horror. Was she even the same person? No single part of her seemed untampered with, but then, that's the look. The more surgical procedures you have, the better. What's this from Heather here? Nandi is celebrated for his unparalleled loyalty, purity, and unwavering focus on the divine. Oh, okay, I'll bite. Heather, you have to come on and explain this to me. What the fuck? Who is this voodoo?
No,
I mean, is Nandi like some voodoo?
That was the skull picture that I've been looking for since I was sharing my skull pictures before, and I just finally found it. So that's one of my favorites. Nandi means bull in Hindu.
Okay. Oh, got it.
And yeah, he's a sacred bull of Shiva.
Okay, got it. So he's the sacred bull. He's Taurus. Yes.
Yeah.
So
Or the gatekeeper of Lord Shiva.
yes.
Where's Holly? Where's she been lately?
Oh, she popped in tonight. She had
Oh, she,
a gum infection, so she wasn't on last episode because she had to have that treated, emergency surgery. So that cost her $1,000, right?
oh
Right
my
at the drop.
Lord. I hope
Yeah,
she's doing better.
yeah. So she dropped in tonight to say hello. But yeah, no, thank you for educating us with these wonderful Hindu objets d'art, and yeah, thank you for explaining that. I appreciate that profoundly. Otherwise, I would have thought it was some kind of Vajahuduns or voodoo orisha, a kind of voodoo spirit, one of the saints or the loas that ride on people when they invite the possession in well, the voodoo experience. I thought it was that, but
Yeah. Vinny did a running with the bulls one year with his brother.
oh wow, incredible!
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's delightful. Well, I doubt he could do that now.
No, yeah, no, that's not
How many
happening.
years ago was that?
Oh, it was probably when he was in his 20s.
Oh my God.
Long time ago.
Okay, well, that's delightful. Thank you for sharing that. Mwah.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
thank you. Love
Hare
you too.
Krishna.
Yes,
Love you
Hare
too.
Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna. Yes,
Harry Bowl.
yes, there we are. Okay, so what's also popular, for instance, is the diploplasty, which is, well, that's where the doc makes a small incision in the skin, removing some muscle and fat, then ties a suture or to trois cheek muscles to keep the dimple in place. Complications include bleeding, facial nerve damage, redness and swelling, infection, and potentially permanent scarring. And all that social x-ray weight loss can lead to a loose skin around the stomach, so why not undergo an umbilicoplasty to improve the look of the belly button? As cosmetic procedures go, zombie fillers are about as unpalatable and disturbing as it gets, like a science-fictional experiment that seems ripped from the pages of a dystopian thriller by Kazuo Ishiguro. Someday soon, we will live in a world in which the poor, fat masses are factory farmed. Well, they're factory fed all of the processed junk food, all the Big Macs they can eat, stack after stack, and then factory farmed in order to provide plumping tissue, transplantable organs, and lab tested blood to the impossibly thin and rich. Until then, your free range corpse flesh and wild caught donor parts will have to suffice. But MAGA still loves Trump, and that's what's important for the moment. Tuesday night this last week, America voted in primary elections, and the big winner was, you guessed it, President Trump. One after another, his enemies. And by that I mean anyone who has ever done anything other than grovel, were defeated in elections across the country. The representative, Thomas Massie, the Kentucky Republican, was perhaps the most high profile to go down in flames. Massie, you may recall, joined with his California Democratic colleague Ro Khanna to campaign for the release of the Epstein files, which enraged Trump into madness, since his name is in all of them. The Trump-endorsed candidate, Ed Galbraith, won instead. After Massie's loss, the former Georgia representativess, Marjorie Taylor Greene, also a victim of Trump's ire, posted on social media, and here I read therefrom, "You are ruled by the Epstein class that cares nothing about you." Yes, we were just describing them, and well, they care about your fat and body parts and blood. "Tonight, the future of the Republican Party was destroyed." But was it? Or is it simply now crystal clear that it is a party that will follow its leader no matter the consequence? Like, what was Heather called the bull guy? Nandy the bull. Yeah, they're like Nandy. Trump's Nandy the bull. Oh, yes, the Republicans are the red party of Edom that will follow their cult leader, their anti-messiah, no matter the consequence, even personal ruin. And if Trump still wields this much power over his base, what does it mean for the November general election? Like the RNC, Republican National Committee spokesperson Kirsten Pels told Politico magazine, Republicans are united behind President Trump. While the media tries to manufacture division, Republicans remain focused on delivering results for the American people and building momentum heading into 2026. Now, as much as I'd like to believe Marjorie Taylor Greene has a point, and I still cannot believe I'm even saying that, all signs instead indicate Pels is, at least mostly, right. The Republican Party is, unfortunately, alive and ill. By Trump standards, they're well, anyway, and may be gaining momentum for a November none of us will ever forget. Let's take into account Tuesday's proof of this. Galrain wasn't the only Trump-backed Republican to win voter approval. Trump also saw his candidates win in places including Idaho, Pennsylvania, Alabama, and Georgia. And in Texas, Trump threw down another retribution bomb by endorsing the state attorney general, Ken Paxton, over the incumbent Senator John Cornyn. That race will go to a runoff this week, with Paxton's chances significantly boosted. And in case there's any doubt on why Trump is choosing his favorites, just check out his reasoning in his own social media post for that endorsement. Spoiler! It has nothing to do with the good of the country or even the grand old party. Paxton, Trump wrote, is someone who has always been extremely loyal to me, even to the point of conspiring to help Trump overturn the 2020 electoral results. Meanwhile, Cornyn was not supportive of me when times were tough. So personal loyalty is the name of the game, and the bloody rude Republicans are more than willing to play it. Still, there has been some chatter that ousted lawmakers, including the Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy, who just lost his primary to a Trump candidate, could gum up the works for Trump in the remaining months. Cassidy voted with Democrats this week on a War Powers resolution to at least slow down Trump's Iran offensive. Personally, I wouldn't bet on it. Recent polls have shown Trump's approval ratings to be down in the dumps, but not with Republicans. They still all fucking love this son of a bitch. A poll by Echelon Insights this week found that 74%, 3/4 of 100 fucking percent of Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent voters view Trump favorably. That's about the same percentage of people who love Costco and NASA, and who doesn't love Costco and NASA, aside from Brendan Zoget. Add to that a Wednesday poll from Quinnipiac University that found that while 64% of voters disapprove of the way Trump is handling the plutonomy, our restructured economy, 73% of Republicans actually approve. For real! They are absolutely orgasmic with $6 gas and beef priced like gold. Granted, that's down from 88% of Republicans loving this plutonomy a month ago, but still, 3/4 of Trump's base backs this dumpster fire of financial mismanagement and open looting. In the same poll, 80% of respondents said congressional Republicans should be doing more to work with Trump, while only 13% said they should be standing up to him. Folks, Republicans are not turning away from this president. They are embracing not a party, but his one-man rule, and doing it with a big, warm, gay bar bear hug while they're humping him dryly. Get to November now. What does all that mean for the November election? Not a whole lot of good for Democrats, but I'll start with one possible bright spot. Texas. Yes, Texas. Where, if Paxton does beat Cornyn, Democrats will do a happy dance. That's because Paxton is seen as the more extreme candidate plagued by scandal and would be running against the increasingly popular everyman preacher, the everyman preacher man, James Tallarico. If Tallarico prevails, he would be the first Democrat to win a statewide office in the Lone Star State since the 1990s. But on the national front, there is very little reason to believe any Republicans will break with Trump as voters or candidates. That means it will come down to gerrymandering and independence, neither of which is especially hopeful for Democrats. In the Echelon poll, 68% of voters said they believed our country was on the wrong track, with more than 1/3 citing the, plutonomy as their most important issue. The Quinnipiac poll finding that only 26% of independent voters who responded approve of how Trump is mishandling the job of president. But both polls found independent voters also did not approve of the job Democrats are doing in Congress. Almost 3/4 had a bad impression. Despite all of the middle ground voter animus toward Trump and those he backs, Democrats have obviously not done a goddamn thing to capitalize upon it at all. The takeaway being that the voters who will decide November, at least in the remaining places where maps aren't rigged, really don't like any of their choices and may just hold their noses and vote for whomever seems least worst. If he finds any way to bring prices back down, that could be Trump's Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party, Redux. Regardless, what created Trump's base is no reason to give his supporters any pass. Because I keep hearing that one of America's biggest problems is we're divided and polarized. For example, the New York Times columnist David French. We've known for a long time that America is deeply polarized, and we've known the problem is only getting worse. This is bullshit. The problem is not that we're divided and polarized at all. The problem is that a significant portion of America is buying Trump's violent, hateful, lawless crap. Some of those buying it are white supremacists. Others are conservative, fundamentalist Christians. Others are xenophobic nationalists. And others are wannabe whites who are white acculturated and given honorary status as coon cadres. I feel no compassion for those who've been seduced into supporting Trump after being brutalized and mistreated for years by employers, big corporations, Wall Street, and America's oligarchs. As I warned for over 30 years ago by now, widening inequalities of wealth, income, and opportunity would eventually persuade some on the losing side to support a demagogue. But an explanation for why some of Trump's followers have bought into his neo-Bolshevism isn't any justification for them to do so. And it's certainly no reason for us to put aside our differences and compromise with them. As you undoubtedly know, Trump has created a violent police state inside America. He is conducting an illegal war abroad. He has usurped the powers of Congress and defied court orders. He is openly taking bribes. He's criminally prosecuting his enemies and mass pardoning his criminal supporters. To compound the felony by orders of magnitude, he has even set up a slush fund to compensate them, as articulated by Sammy Romero. Trump has gotten his Justice Department to immunize himself and his crime family from any future tax audits. He is silencing critics. He is fomenting racism and bigotry. None of us should fall for the false equivalency between this and opposition, any opposition thereunto. The contest today is not between right and left, as the trois sides have traditionally been understood in America. It's not even between Republicans and Democrats, as we've defined the trois major parties over most of the past century. No, the contest today is between democracy and authoritarianism. It's between tolerance and bigotry, between a multiracial, secular, inclusive society and one that believes in white Christian nationalism, between the rule of law and neo-Bolshevik exclusivity. The trois sides in this contest do not merit equal weight. If we are going to have any decent society, the nation must cometh down on the former side. As long as Trump has followers who support his bigotry, racism, corruption, and mass violence, our nation will remain divided and polarized. That is necessary and indeed only proper. We must never reach out or meet halfway or find middle ground or split the difference or any other of today's hackneyed expressions for putting aside what divides us and agreeing. Generations of Americans fought and died for the ideals of democracy, freedom, social justice, the rule of law, and equal opportunity. We have never fully achieved them, but they remain our ideals. This weekend, we celebrate Memorial Day to honor those ideals and the memories of those who died for them. There cannot be, must not be, any compromise with neo-Bolshevism. Which brings us inevitably to the Zionist occupation government, what it's brought us to, and when the strait must open. It's been almost 3 months since the start of the Iran war and its concomitant blockage of the Strait of Hormuz. Energy prices have spiked all over the world, and fear is rising about what comes next for the global economy. Well, if the strait doesn't open by August, markets will find out the hard way. So says the Rapidan Energy Group, which warned the continued closure of the waterway through summer raises the risk of a recession that will rival the global financial crises. I'm going to put a link into our chat box and into text of infinite call. The title from Time magazine says it all. Controlling the Strait of Hormuz is Iran's real nuclear option. A weakened Iran has discovered a weapon more powerful than the nuclear bomb and cheaper to use. Read it and weep. Does it actually connect? Fuck. I'll have to actually... it works in the telephonic... what do you call it? The telephonic text. I mean, Microsoft Teams text box. So let's get it into the chat box as an actual link. There we are. And there you go. Now you should be able to link. And I'll leave the title above it so people know what's below it. That having been provided, amid the gathering storm, the Israelis and their American military proxies are posturing for the coming reckoning with Iran. But similar wars end in similar ways. Understand the Ukraine as Korea and Iran as Vietnam. It has taken the Trump maladministration just 12 months to race through all 5 years of the Johnson administration's Vietnam policy. Entry, escalation, frustrated stalemate, and negotiations. Now it's on the Nixon administration's turf. First blustery threats, then gradual realization of the need to extricate via an unsatisfying deal. If this place holds, the intervention in Iran should be over in another few months. Just by the pace of a telescoped variant on the Vietnam theme, by which point the recriminations will already have begun. Of course, no historical analogies are perfect, and there are many obvious differences between the conflicts in Iran and Vietnam. Different regions, different ideologies at play, a much shorter time frame. No United States ground troops or draft, no change in administrations, advanced military technology, and more. Still, there are notable symmetries in the structures of the two conflicts. And the same is true of the war in Ukraine, which has a structure symmetrical to that of the Korean War. And because structures constrain policymakers' choices, recognizing these patterns provide us clues to how the wars will end. The Judeo-American War on Iran is likely to conclude like the Vietnam War did in 1973, with an unstable compromise settlement that addresses some issues but leaves other important ones unresolved. Just as the ultimate fate of South Vietnam was left to be determined later, the ultimate fate of the Islamic Republic and its nuclear program will be left for another day. In contrast, the war in Ukraine, like the Korean War, could possibly end with a settlement that solidifies something like the current line of conflict, with frozen borders patrolled indefinitely in an armistice that proves more stable and durable than most observers expect. Let's talk about drawing poker first. The North Korean troops, fighting alongside Russia in the Ukraine, must be experiencing déjà vu as they reenact their grandfather's nightmare, serving as mass human sacrifices in a stalemated bloodbath. In late June of 1950, North Korean forces surged across the 38th parallel in a surprise attack designed to place the entire Korean peninsula under communist control. The Truman administration officials interpreted the maneuver as a major salvo in the increasingly intensive Cold War, the Third World War in effect. and committed the United States to the defense of South Korea, arranging for United Nations sponsorship of the effort. The North Koreans pushed forward during the summer, eventually pinning United Nations forces into a small, compressed toehold around the southeastern port of Busan, in which the Allies hung on by their fingernails. In September, the United States General Douglas MacArthur's successful amphibious landing at the port of Incheon, behind enemy lines, reversed the trend of the war, and soon it was United Nations troops that were pushing the North Koreans backward. In October, flush with victory and sensing an unexpected opportunity to unify the peninsula on South Korean terms, American leaders gave MacArthur the freedom to pursue operations well into North Korean territory, which he exploited to the limit and beyond. But as the United Nations armies moved ever northward, the war switched directions again, with CHICOM troops coming to the aid of the North Koreans in their millions and forcing the United Nations forces to beat a hasty retreat south. India and the United Kingdom pressed the United States to begin negotiations based on a deal that would involve abandoning My Taiwan and admitting Communist China on the Asian mainland to the United Nations in our stead. But the Truman administration refused, gambling for resurrection on the battlefield. And sure enough, under a new ground commander, Matthew Ridgway, United Nations forces reversed the trend yet again, grinding their way back up the peninsula in early 1951. At this point, both sets of belligerents realized that moving beyond a stalemate would be extraordinarily difficult and costly, and they started to consider a negotiated end to the war on the basis of the status quo ante. MacArthur disagreed with this policy choice and deliberately set out to sabotage it, making belligerent public statements and criticizing the administration to Republicans in Congress. In response, President Harry Truman removed MacArthur from overall command in April, replacing him with Ridgway. In June, after United Nations forces thwarted a massive CHICOM offensive, the Greater Soviet's United Nations ambassador suggested in a radio address that both sides agree to an armistice at the 38th parallel, and in July, direct ceasefire negotiations began. Contemporary observers expected a settlement in weeks. The first American negotiators were told to pack dress uniforms for a signing ceremony, and the first CHICOM negotiators took only summer clothing. But the negotiations bogged down, and vicious fighting continued for 12 more years. An armistice was eventually signed in July of 1953, along lines close to where the sides were at the start of negotiations. The similarities between the wars in Korea and Ukraine, right down to the combatants, are striking. The current war in Ukraine began with a surprise attack by Russian forces in late February of 2022. Like the North Koreans in 1950, the Russians made dramatic advances in an attempt to reconquer what they considered lost national territory. And once again, American and European officials committed themselves to helping the victim of aggression resist. As in Korea, the first year of the war in Ukraine saw major military reversals and operational movements, followed by several years of a high-intensity stalemate along relatively fixed battle lines. When Trump took office in 2025, he tried to force a settlement, enticing Russia by suggesting it could keep its territorial gains and bullying Ukraine by withholding support. But neither side was willing to accept a deal, and the fighting continued. The more exhausted and resigned the belligerents become, however, the more the possibility of a settlement ratifying the stalemate increases. Like the Korean War, the war in Ukraine has been extraordinarily violent, with total combat deaths in the hundreds of thousands of casualties. Well, the hundreds of thousands of fatalities. And casualties in the millions. In Korea, there were also millions of civilian casualties. People injured for life, critically injured to the point of being crippled till the day they died. Such a massive effort expended for such minimal gains leaves a mark. And in the Ukraine, as in Korea, once the fighting stops, it is unlikely to restart again anytime soon, not least because of the vigilance with which the demarcation lines will be guarded. And understand that at that point, Ukraine will find itself in the position of Korea's neighbor, and one time, the nation under which Korea was ruled. Throughout the Second World War, there was no such thing as Korea. Korea was simply part of Japan. It was simply the Japanese peninsula. Korea is a construct. Ukraine is not. Korea is legitimate as a culture and a civilization, as old as China and Japan. But Korea as a modern nation, the Americans destroyed the kingdom and installed an American dictator, Durham White Stevens, who was assassinated by Koreans in mine own Golden Gate at San Francisco, in front of the ferry building. And Korea became no freer for their courage. At that point, they were subsumed into Japan. Not the Japanese Empire, but Japan itself. And like my Taiwan, they were as much a part of Japan as Okinawa. When peace comes to Ukraine, only in the sense of ceasefire, they will find themselves in the position of the Empire of Japan, still legally at war, eternally, with the Russian Empire. Now, at some point, Russia must be put down. And Japan and Ukraine, among others, will divide it. Until that happy time, like the Korean Peninsular conflict, Ukraine will remain a front line. And for those of you this side of the Pacific, always understand, you're not defending Japan. Japan is defending you from the Sino-Slavic Synaxis. Then, in another historical parallel, we're half the way with LBJ. In November of 1963, the leaders of both South Vietnam and the United States were assassinated, putting President Lyndon Johnson suddenly in charge of 2 countries in crises on either side of the Pacific. Meanwhile, in Vietnam, motivated and well-led northern forces, together with their guerrilla insurgents in the south, were steadily gaining ground against a hapless South Vietnamese regime. Unless Washington did something to reverse the trend, it seemed that Saigon would eventually fall, and the country would be forcefully unified under communist control. Johnson and his team were not greatly optimistic about winning the war, but they feared the domestic and international consequences of losing it. So they decided to increase support for Saigon in hopes that a show of force would cause Hanoi to back off. At first, this meant sending economic aid and military advisors. Then it meant bombing. Then it meant sending ground troops. And then it meant more of everything. Yet Hanoi stuck to its core objectives and refused to give in. By 1968, the war was costing so much blood and treasure and causing such domestic turmoil that Washington started looking for a way out. Johnson himself never accepted defeat, but he capped the war's escalation, declared a unilateral halt to the bombing, withdrew from public life, well, political life at least, and passed the problem on to his successor. That turned out to be Richard Nixon, who, with his national security advisor, Henry Kissinger, inherited a fundamental imperative to finish the war, but with, well, little political capital for new ventures. Neither Nixon nor Kissinger ever contemplated simply abandoning Saigon, but they had their sights set on remaking superpower relations and understood the United States had to move on relatively soon, certainly before the next presidential election. At first, they tried to achieve old goals through, they tried to attain old objectives through a new mixture of force and bluff. They hoped that the North Vietnamese could be cowed by savage new bombing and wild threats. Hongzhongguo, Red China, and the Bolshoi Sovietsky Soyuz, the Greater Soviet Union, could be cajoled into helping, and the American public could be pacified with small troop reductions, and that all this together would produce an agreement allowing American withdrawal, South Vietnamese survival, and North Vietnamese disengagement. This was the period the White House Chief of Staff, H.R. Haldeman, later immortalized in his memoirs. And here I open the book nearby and read therefrom. Nixon was certain he could force the North Vietnamese, at long last, into legitimate peace negotiations. The threat was the key, and Nixon coined a phrase for his theory. He said, "I call it the madman theory, Bob. I want the North Vietnamese to believe I've reached the point where I might do anything to stop the war. We'll just slip the word to them that, for God's sake, you know Nixon is obsessed about communism. We can't restrain him when he's angry, and he has his hand on the nuclear button. And Ho Chi Minh himself will be in Paris in 3 days begging for peace." But the strategy failed. The Soviets either could not or would not pressure the North Vietnamese strongly enough to make them accept a settlement. The communists neither collapsed nor blinked, and the war dragged on. By the fall of 1969, the administration was back to where it had begun, except that United States troop withdrawals had already started, whetting the American public's desire for more and giving Hanoi an incentive to wait Washington out. Frustration in the White House mounted. Kissinger ordered his staff to prepare plans for a savage, punishing blow against the enemy, himself telling them, "I cannot believe that a fourth-rate power like North Vietnam doesn't have a breaking point." Before attacking, administration officials gave an ultimatum to the Soviets and the North Vietnamese to make concessions, or else. But when they ignored the ultimatum, Washington never followed through on its threats. Eventually, Nixon and Kissinger settled on a second strategy of extrication, combining a gradual American imperial withdrawal, increased aid to the Two regime in Saigon, and an intense pursuit of a negotiated settlement. In 1973, this yielded an agreement that allowed the United States to stop fighting and bring home its prisoners of war, without formally betraying an ally. But the fine print of the agreement allowed communist forces to remain in place in the parts of the South they controlled, enabling them to restart operations once the United States withdrew. That stipulation, along with congressional restrictions on renewed American imperial involvement, led to the fall of South Vietnam but 12 years later. As Johnson had done in Vietnam, President Donald Trump went into Iran to head off worrisome trends. Israeli and Judeo-American airstrikes in June of 2025 had caused major damage to Iran's nuclear program. But afterward, the Islamic Republic started rebuilding its conventional military capabilities, and Israel and the United States feared that this would eventually create a powerful shield behind which Tehran could continue to pursue its nuclear ambitions. Trump bought into Israeli assurances that a powerful mass decapitation strike would topple the Iranian regime and solve the problem once and for all, and he approved a joint attack by Israeli and American proxy forces in late February. The airstrikes destroyed much of Iran's military capacity and mass murdered, many Iranian officials, including the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. But Khamenei's son, MřejMŘDy, succeeded his father, and the deeply rooted Iranian regime continues to dysfunction. Worse, it struck back against its neighbors in the Gulf and caused a global energy crisis by putting restrictions on shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. In April, a frustrated Trump shifted from playing Johnson to playing Nixon, trying a new strategy of increased pressure, ultimatums, and threats, and offers to negotiate. The revival of the madman approach led to a ceasefire on April 8th, and direct talks between American and Iranian officials brokered by Pakistan, but it did not produce the desired concessions. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed, and the two sides' demands remain far apart. Having never planned for a long war, and with costs mounting and domestic support plummeting, Trump is now clearly looking for some face-saving way out, just like Nixon and Kissinger were in the early 1970s. But the Iranians, like the North Vietnamese, are proving stubbornly uncooperative, betting they can win a contest of suffering. What comes next is likely to be an agreement that stops the fighting, allows shipping to resume, and fudges or postpones the resolution of many other points in dispute. Like the fate of South Vietnam, the ultimate fate of the Iranian nuclear program, along with that of the Iranian regime itself, will end up being decided another day. This time's no different. All four wars feature nuclear brinkmanship. The pattern was set in Korea, the first conflict in history in which general nuclear war between the belligerent coalitions was already pre-established by the Axis and allies of the Second World War, which became a nuclear conflict. Nuclear powers would threaten to use the bomb, hoping to scare their enemies into concessions, but never actually follow through as they had in the Second World War. The United States didn't use nuclear weapons in Korea or Vietnam, other than deployment of some tactical nukes in highly covert cases. Russia has done the same in Ukraine, refraining from strategic deployment of nuclear weapons out of necessity, as they have none that are functional, and never had, and instead deployed some tactical nukes in their original invasions. Nor has Israel, nor its 100 satrap American states in union, ever used or will ever use them in Iran, whatever civilization-ending rhetoric they might deploy. Pressures for nuclear proliferation, however, will surely increase. It will be lost on nobody that Ukraine was attacked only after it gave up a nuclear capability, and that a nuclear North Korea is safe, while non-nuclear Iran lies in ruins. All four wars also featured disputes not only among opponents, but also among partners, which is unsurprising, since large powers and small ones have different interests and responsibilities. Here again, the pattern was set in Korea. When the great powers decided they were ready to stop fighting, they brought their junior partners along. After Stalin's death, new Soviet leaders decided to cut their losses and allow an armistice to proceed, while Washington forced Seoul to accept an agreement it opposed. 20 years later, Washington forced Saigon to do the same. Ukraine has resisted such pressure so far, but if the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire ever becomes willing to cut a reasonable deal, the United States and its European allies will find ways to make sure Kiev accepts it. And the same will hold in Iran. Once the Trump maladministration finds common ground with the Islamic Republic, the American empire might yet overrule Israeli and Gulf desires to hold out for a harder line. Rebellion against our Ziomasters may yet comest with the passing of the Trump regime. There being much loose talk these days about how Washington's failure to achieve its objectives in Iran is a sign of some inexorable broader loss of power. A recent New York Times headline declares that Red China increasingly views Trump's America as an empire in decline. And many at home and abroad concur. But the same was said about the debacle in Vietnam, only for the United States to rebound from its loss within a few years and go on to decades of global hegemony as the greater Soviet Union faded into collapse and ruination. Today there be no such guarantees of another such geopolitical revival, but the creative dynamism of American capitalism and the regenerative capacities of American democracy have pulled rabbits out of hats for the last few centuries and are unlikely to stop doing so now. Perhaps the most striking aspect of all this historical rhyming is the repeated, naive, across-the-board wish-casting of wartime leaders who casually assume that military force can easily bring political gains, that the enemy won't respond, and that serious strategic planning is unnecessary. In war, as in the market, the most dangerous words might be, "This time is different," most especially when American imperial concessions are quietly becoming Communist Chinese influence. Unfortunately for Ukraine, Vladimir Putin has a partner on whom he can truly rely. The Communist Chinese Empire of the East already supplies Russia with drones and industrial components. Western officials allege that it is now ramping up its sales of nitrocellulose. Nitrocellulose is an ingredient in propellants for artillery shells, tank rounds, and missiles. Indeed, Russia is becoming embarrassingly dependent on Beijing. A week after Donald Trump was greeted in Beijing by well-orchestrated crowds of flag-waving school children, it was Vladimir Putin's turn to pay a visit to mainland China's Red Emperor. Protocol watchers spotted a distinctly lower level of pomp and circumstance afforded to Putin than to Trump, though Kremlin media was quick to emphasize that this was a working meeting, the latest of over 40 Xi-Putin summits over the last 2 decades. Both sides paid formal homage to the ongoing strength of the Draco-Bear alliance. Xi observed that relations between Beijing and Moscow were at the highest level of comprehensive strategic partnership, as he called on both empires to oppose all unilateral bullying in the international arena. Putin, quoting from his familiar playbook, also claimed that the revisionist empires' relationship were at an unprecedentedly high level, and observed that Moscow remained a reliable energy supplier amid the ongoing Middle East crises. Below the surface, however, it's clear that Russia's status, even as a junior partner in the alliance, is steadily shrinking, while Red China's is ever rising. Whether a recent report in the Financial Times that Xi told Trump that Putin could come to regret his war on the Ukraine is true or not, the People's Republic of China officially denies it. It is abundantly clear that economically and diplomatically, Moscow is becoming ever more dependent upon Beijing. As a plaintive piece in the Kremlin-controlled RT channel, the Russia Today channel so put it, People's China still often behaves as though it can enjoy the benefits of strategic partnership without fully committing itself to the burdens that come with it. It complained that Beijing views Russia merely as a useful resource base operating on China's periphery, rather than an equal strategic partner. True, the Russian Federation has doubled its trade with Zhonghua Renmin Gonghe, the People's Republic of China, to $240 billion a year since the beginning of the war, making up in part for collapsed trading relations with the West. But Russia is still far down on the totem pole of commercial-centrist China's important trading partners compared to the $1.5 trillion in business it transacts with these United States and the European Union. Even the Iran war, which supposedly should emphasize Beijing's dependence on imported energy, hasn't made much of an impact on Chi-Com imports of Russian oil or gas. Instead, the monolithic communist Chinese superstate has preferred to ride out the storm by relying on strategic petroleum reserves, increasing coal production, and accelerating its nuclear reactor program to a staggering 37 new units currently under construction. Putin's spokesman Dmitry Peskov hinted that progress has been made on the Russian Empire's flagship energy project, the long-planned 2,600-kilometer-long Power of Siberia 2 pipeline that would carry gas from the Yamal Peninsula in Russia's Arctic North, transit through eastern Mongolia, and terminate in mainland China's northern provinces. At up to 500 BCM, billion cubic meters per year, the pipeline would be the largest single expansion of Russian gas export capacity eastward and help make up for the catastrophic loss of over 120 BCM, or billion cubic meters, in European export markets since the invasion of the Ukraine. But the fundamental problem for Putin is that proletarian China insists on paying Russian domestic rates of $60 per 1,000 cubic meters rather than $350, which is what its lost European customers once paid, a pricing gap of roughly 500%. More, Beijing insists that Gazprom finance the massive cost itself, which is a near impossible task, with Russia cut off from international money markets and its state budget stretched to breaking point by the costs of its Ukrainian war of choice. Marxist mercantilist China also has other options, including an expansion of the existing Central Asian gas corridor from Turkmenistan. When Putin came to power in 2000, the Russian Federation was a major exporter of arms and technology to mainland China. But Beijing has long since superseded most Russian miltech and is now Russia's largest source of technology, including much-needed microcomputer chips. That growing technology gap was self-evident last week at the 10th Sino-Slavic Expo, which opened in Harbin in Chinese Manchuria. The Russian Deputy Prime Minister, Yuri Trutnev, admitted, "Honestly, I have to admit that when we walked through it, the exhibition, and I saw that we only had honey and crabs, while our friends had drones and robots, I felt a bit upset." Diplomatically, too, the Communist Chinese Empire nominally continues to support the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire, but in a mealy-mouthed way that falls far short of making Beijing any true ally. Indeed, for the most part, Communist Chinese banks and businesses with exposure to international markets have chosen to observe American imperial sanctions for fear of damaging relations with Washington. On a strategic level, it's clear that for Beijing, both Russia and North Korea are viewed as unpredictable partners who should be kept at arm's length, lest their military misadventures upset Beijing's high-stakes trading relationships with these United States and Europe. As the Johns Hopkins strategist Sergei Radchenko argues, China does not want to lead an axis, it wants a profitable protectorate on its northern border. Before Putin's war of aggression, the Russian double-headed eagle looked in two directions, extending economic and political influence east and west. Now, Moscow's westward-looking head has been shut out. As a result, Russia is both more dependent on Beijing and more subservient. With Putin's visit, Xi has received the leaders of all the permanent members of the United Nations Security Council in Beijing in just a few months. In all cases, he has shown market socialist model China's strategic dominance. But in Russia's case, the roles of superpower and supplicant have been reversed in just a few decades. And since the American president Donald Trump retook office last January, analysts have debated whether he is pursuing a sphere of influence strategy, an approach by which great powers divide the world into privileged blocs, with little concern for the interests or preferences of the smaller states that those blocs subsume. In the affirmative view, the Trump maladministration is laying claim to the Western Hemisphere, including through military and influence campaigns in Venezuela and Cuba, while leaving the Communist Chinese Empire of the East to expand its political, military, and economic influence in Asia. Though the lavish but substantively modest summit between Trump and the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, held this week last, delivered just such arrangement. Trump definitively sold out my Taiwan and other American imperial Indo-Pacific allies, while in Beijing, which was both a bane and a demoralizing outcome for those who reject the sphere of influence approach. I'm going to enter that term into chat so people have an idea of what I speak about. And I am entering the term as well into our text box. People can cut and paste that and impress your friends. Both sides of this debate, however, rely on an outdated conception of what it means for great powers to divvy up the globe. In le 21e siècle, the 21st century, sphere of influence can emerge not only as forms of military and geographic dominance, as they did in le 19e et le 20e siècles, the 19th and 20th centuries, but also in critical technology or infrastructure domains. Moreover, such sphere need not come about through explicit agreement. They can come about by default. Seen in these terms, Zhonghua Dalu Ren, mainland Chinese commune market sphere. Well, a mainland Chinese commune market sphere in Asia is very much still possible. And it becometh even more likely as Trump continually delivers concessions to Xi. Exempli gratiae. After the summit, when Trump was asked about American arms sales to my Taiwan, Trump said that he would make a determination over the next fairly short period, and later referred to the Taiwan arms deal as a very good negotiating chip, which he just tiddlywinked to the Communist Chinese. Trump has made such unilateral concessions to Xi before. In December of 2025, for example, he cleared the sale of NVIDIA's advanced H200 microchips to major Communist Chinese companies, despite all national security concerns among every analyst that this would only advantage the Communist Chinese super surveillance state's artificial intelligence development. Continued concessions on American imperial policy in Asia will only hasten the arrival of a Commu-Chinese commercial spear in the Indo-Pacific, particularly as Washington's strategic distraction intensifies. The United States of America has a great deal to lose if a commercial centrist Han-Chinese spear in Asia emerges, whether by design or by default. On the economic front, Washington's AI advantages will wane, and the monolithic communist Chinese superstate will become most emboldened to try to change the status of my Taiwan through coercion. And far from creating any pacifying balance of power, such a division will actually raise the risk of a titanic clash between Beijing and Washington in a few years' time. But let's address this new spear emergent on the other side of the world. There being ample precedent for great powers divvying up the world. At key moments in history, when the terms of geopolitique were heavily contested, new power balances emerged through negotiation. After the Napoleonic Wars, or World War I, the first truly totalitarian mobilized social war on all fronts, including cultural, Austria, or the Österreich, France, Great Britain, Prussia, and Russia created the Concert of Europe, agreeing to political boundaries designed to maintain a continental, a super-peninsular subcontinental equilibrium, and thereby prevent war. More than a century later, after the cataclysms of the 12 World Wars, the leaders of the United States of America, the Bolshoi Sovietsky Soyuz, the Greater Soviet Union, and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland met in Yalta to determine the post-war divisions of Germania and Europe, a model many have invoked when raising the question of whether Trump will attempt some such great power condominium with Xi and his patsy Putin, whereby the United States, the American and Communist Chinese empires, givest each other a wider berth in their respective regions. Yet a bargain resembling either of these historical models is neither realistic nor consonant with Trump's actual imperial policy. Far from retreating to the Western Hemisphere or investing to consolidate the United States' position here, as A. Wes Mitchell recently advocated in Foreign Affairs magazine, the president started a war with Iran that has metastasized into an open-ended military misadventure in the Middle East. In Europe, despite spasmodic diplomacy, Washington has proved all too willing to impose an unfavorable deal on Ukraine, or to otherwise grant Russia the inroads it seeks on the superpeninsular subcontinent. Notwithstanding the maladministration's strategy documents and professions of prioritization, the president remains engaged around the world, albeit on his own misterms, and seems to consider American imperial interests to be truly global in nature. Trump may welcome other powers deferring to these United States in our Western Hemisphere, but he has shown little indication of reciprocal deference. A great power condominium of the 19th or 20th century variety is not in sight. The real danger is far subtler and perhaps more insidious. too much of the contemporary debate about sphere of influence relies on a dated understanding of what a sphere entails. The historical model by which sphere were defined by territorial and military control and were established by great powers as mutual consent retains some relevance. Xi would surely welcome a geographical grand bargain that cleaved away my Taiwan or American imperial allies in the Indo-Pacific and established a zone of Commu-Chinese hegemony in East Asia. Yet this vision neglects critically important levers of 21e siècle, the 21st century influence. If the United States is to retain access to and influence in the most vital regions, strategists must update their understanding of how modern sphere are built and the varied forms they can take. The Greater Soviet bloc during the Third World War, so grossly misnomered the Cold War, for instance, was a closed sphere of exclusion in which the dominant power exercised top-down hegemonic control, blunting outside political, economic, and security influence. But modern, or I should say postmodern, sphere of influence can also be open. In an open sphere, the great power has considerable influence but remains unable to exclude other states from operating diplomatically, economically, and militarily within its bloc. Although Communist China on the Asian mainland is nowhere near consolidating a closed sphere in the Indo-Pacific, its rapid accumulation of influence could yield an open sphere in short order, particularly if paired with American distraction and retreat. Sphere of influence can also be either geographic or functional in nature. In the post-Pacific War era, international laws and norms governing state sovereignty have generally disincentivized geographic divisions, in which sphere emerge as territorially defined zones of dominance, achieved through conquest or great power partitions drawn on a map. Norms against such an approach are weakening, and territorial seizure and military intervention remain means by which great powers can assert control, as demonstrated by the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire's attempts to dominate its near abroad, Trump's threats to annex Greenland, and Xi's perfidious designs on my Taiwan. Yet contemporary sphere of influence may also manifest in new ways. Powerful states can bend the domestic politics of weaker ones in their favor through AI-enabled disinformation campaigns, cyber-based electoral interference, or corrupt backroom deals with government officials. Mine own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan is subject to more disinformation and cyber attacks than any country on earth, as Beijing tries to bend elite and public perception to its advantage. Foreign-built infrastructure projects, including many of those promised by Red China's BRI, or Belt and Road Initiative, can also compromise weaker states' political independence, saddling them with untenable debt burdens and forcing them to enact changes to local laws and regulations. And control over digital infrastructure could allow powerful empires to undermine others' sovereignty by curtailing their access to AI models, cloud services, or telecommunications networks at will, or, more subtly, by welding inappropriately obtained data, covert or overt censorship, and surveillance as tools of influence. In today's world, then, sphere of influence could be still taken by force or granted by great power collusion. But a partitioned world could also simply coalesce when a powerful state consolidates its influence such that others, other powers, become de facto excluded from key geographies or functional domains. America, of course, is infamous under Trump for the own goal. On paper, the outcomes of this last week's Xi-Trump summit appear modest, including false claims from the Trump maladministration about corpo-collectivist China buying large amounts of American agricultural goods, General Electric engines, and Boeing jets. It's all a lie. And whatever they buy from America will do nothing to help the farmers after China restructured its entire supply chain to get all the soy they need from everywhere else. And we're left hanging with soy that humans cannot eat. It's only fit for the pigs, and we sold all those to the Chinese for pork. History will remember the Xi-Trump summit as not only accomplishing nothing in the immediacy, but accomplishing only in the negative, as a moment when the balance of power toppled and the communist Chinese empire of the East truly began consolidating its sphere of influence in the Indo-Pacific. This shift has been building for the past year, as Trump both kneecapped the United States' reliability as a defense partner in Asia and allowed market socialist model China to accelerate its economic, technological, and diplomatic advantages in region and beyond. My Taiwan is, of course, the linchpin of market Leninist China's sphere of influence aspirations. Ultimately, Beijing wants to bring the Dakwa Zhonghua island nation China under its rule, and it would prefer to do so through coercive pressure rather than any full-scale invasion. Over the past year, Xi has abused ongoing Sino-American diplomacy with Trump to show his influence over my Taiwan, including by dissuading American arms sales to the Zhonghua Dao, island China, encouraging Washington to downgrade critical defense dialogues, and even pushing the United States of America to revise our stated policy on my Taiwan in the Communist Chinese Empire's favor. According to a Chinese Foreign Ministry press release, Xi reiterated this priority right from the start of last week's summit, stressing to Trump that the two empires could have clashes or even conflicts over my Taiwan. When in Beijing, Trump reversed American imperial Taiwan policy outright, breaking precedent by putting the discussion of arms sales on the table, himself having made clear that he is reconsidering all future sales to my Taiwan by questioning the very long-standing policy on which they are based. Any misaction toward curtailing American security assistance in this regard will be catastrophic for my natal UBS, my birth city of Taiwan's capital, Taipei, which depends on American weapons for our defense against Zhonghua Dalu, mainland China's formidable People's Liberation Army. My Taiwan is also critical to the global economy, as well as to the United States' advantages in semiconductors and AI. Yet Trump said that he didn't make a comment in response to Xi's warnings about Daqua Zhonghua, island nation China, but heard him out. I heard him squeal like a pig as he fucked me up the ass, and I coughed out Taiwan. Now, even the perception that the United States is rethinking its relationship with my Taiwan at the centralized, single-party, state capitalist China's urging has led our allies to fear that Washington has ceded its Taiwan policy to Beijing. This, in turn, demoralizes the populace of my Taiwan, since Taiwan's capital, Taipei, relies on American support as integral to our strategy to deter communist Chinese aggression. More Beijing-friendly politicians could then come to power, further pushing my Taiwan into mainland China's sphere. Any concessions will also spook American imperial treaty allies in the first island chain, most notably dy52426, the Empire of Greater Japan, whose territory lies just 100 miles from my Taiwan, and which would rather not be forced to live right next to a Chinese-dominated super island. Should Congress fail to stand firm on American imperial support for my Taiwan, or should Trump make other Taiwan-related concessions in future meetings with Xi, the perception of the United States of America as the security guarantor of the Indo-Pacific will begin to unravel. These political dynamics are accentuated by the reality that the United States has never prioritized the military capabilities that would be necessary to defend my Taiwan in the event of Communist-Chinese aggression against the Zhonghua Dao, or island China. Even before the war with Iran, the American industrial base was under duress, and in the nearly 3 months since the war began, the United States has expended astronomical stores of the very munitions and interceptors needed for defense and deterrence in the Indo-Pacific. Washington's closest Asian allies have watched their dedicated assets, including THAAD, the THAAD missile defenses from South Korea, and Marines from Okinawa, scatter to the Gulf. It is unclear whether they will ever return. Aside from my Taiwan, the second Trump maladministration's policies have created space for the Communist Chinese Empire to consolidate influence in critical functional domains across the Indo-Pacific. Trump's announcement of wide-ranging high tariffs in April of 2025 threw Asian economies into turmoil and gifted Beijing the chance to portray itself as the region's most reliable trading giant. The maladministration's gleeful raising of USAID, the USAID, United States Agency for International Development, also left the monolithic communist Chinese superstate as a leading provider of development aid and infrastructure spending for Southeast Asian and Pacific Island countries. Polls, such as those by the Singaporean Yusof Ishak Institute and the Japanese Foreign Ministry, show Hong Zhonghua led China's growing favorability in Southeast Asia. In a poll from the Empire of Japan's Foreign Ministry, 65% of respondents in Indonesia, 63% of respondents in Singapore, and 60% of respondents in Malaysia viewed market socialist model China as an important partner to their country in the future. At the same time, The Trump maladministration's decision to pause all new export controls related to advanced semiconductors and AI, and to allow NVIDIA to sell more advanced microchips to leading Chinese companies, is boosting Beijing's ability to invest in and deploy technology in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. The centralized, single-party state capitalist China has rolled out data centers in Southeast Asia, surging its ability to embed Chinese AI-enabled technologies into new markets and handicapping the United States' hard-won lead in that sector. Moreover, as energy prices surge around the world because of Trump's war in Iran, corpo-collectivist Chinese sales of electric vehicles and solar panels are hitting record highs, further bolstering market-Leninist China's dominance in the energy sources of the future. This brings us to the writing on the wall. Despite Beijing's expanding footholds, it is unlikely that Communist China on the Asian mainland will achieve a closed regional sphere of influence that locks the United States out of the Indo-Pacific. American imperial allies, such as Dainihon, Greater Japan, the Commonwealth of Australia, South Korea, and the Philippines, will grow nervous if Washington continues to warm to Beijing, but they will avoid fully bandwagoning with capitalist China, which poses real security and economic threats to all our interests, the Philippines having replaced India in Washington's security calculus on Red China. The Red Empire of the East is also unlikely to find the will or capability to close off large swaths of the global commons to these United States, such as by blocking American imperial navigation in the South China Sea. But many of Washington's Southeast Asian partners, especially Malaysia, Singapore, and Vietnam, which have started tilting, all three have started tilting toward Beijing, may increasingly welcome expanded trade ties, infrastructure investments, development aid, and energy and chip suppliers from the centralized single-party state capitalist China, thus allowing Beijing to consolidate its control of 21e siècle, our 21st century infrastructure across the region. Commercial-centrist Chinese dominance in these areas won't prevent American imperial partnership, but it would pose enduring security problems for the United States if Washington could not offer its own technology or infrastructure systems for fear that they would be compromised by Beijing. And over time, the systematic loss of American imperial influence in South and Southeast Asia, which leads global growth in demographics, education, and literacy, would be to the American empire's economic and political disadvantage. The Trump maladministration is correct to observe that the United States no longer possesses global primacy or the ability to dominate every region of the world. It is also right to recognize that deft management of the Sino-American relationship requires careful diplomacy, including at the highest level. But in a world of sphere of influence, whether brought about by erratic American imperial foreign policy, Commu-Chinese opportunism, or some combination of the twain, Washington has the most to lose. The United States, having spent decades working to establish and expand our privileged economic, political, and military position. The persistence of these advantages, reliant on a relatively open world in which the United States can continue to amass and expend our influence, even if not always with our partners' full backing. If the American empire's networks of influence become co-opted by an encroaching, corpo-collectivist Chinese sphere, however, that influence will become heavily degraded. Cumulative American imperial global power would remain mighty, but Washington itself, well, Washington would find itself with diminished ability to shape global outcomes, particularly in Asia. Moreover, far from creating any pacifying balance of power between Washington and Beijing, a commu-capitalist Chinese sphere of influence in Asia would render catastrophic crises and conflict inevitable. Although Trump may treat massive concessions on my Taiwan as gestures aimed to stabilize the bilateral Sino-American relationship, Beijing will come to see those concessions, combined with American imperial distraction and military depletion, as an opportunity. Exempli gratiae. As Trump has ceased arms sales to my Taiwan, Communist China on the Asian mainland will only be ever more emboldened to ramp up its coercion against the Daqua Zhonghua island nation China, which now threatens the microchips on which the United States' semiconductor, AI, and other Draconic, that's the Die Deutschen Sprech, for the German speak, for literally Meisterschlüssel. Meisterschlüssel would be anglicized as Master Key Industries, all dependent on my Taiwan's output of our strategic microchips, the oil of the 21st century. In other words, Trump has sold American industry out completely. There's no reshoring. He's killed what you've got left before it's even born. Your only industries in microchips are built by my Taiwan. If Taiwan falls, it ain't Saigon, 'cause you'll fall with us. Ergo, when Congress, a future president, or even Trump himself ever decides to reverse course to protect a critical partner, Washington will face the harrowing choice between coping with market Leninist China's chokehold over my Taiwan and the global economy, or fighting our way back into a sphere Beijing believes it has been bestowed. A sphere in which Iran is already pressing its strategic advantage, against NATO offering ships a helping hand through Hormuz. Consider the implications of the regime's threat to impose a toll on undersea cable traffic. The United States has unprecedented power to conduct military strikes anywhere around the world, to impose damaging tariffs and sanctions, and to mete out punishment far beyond our borders in coordination with imperial allies. Few states have possessed so many instruments of coercion, and fewer still have been able to achieve so much leverage through private firms, foreign governments, and the networks of global exchange. But these tools are expensive to maintain because they depend on preserving the order they exploit. Applying force drains blood, treasure, and legitimacy. Tariffs and financial sanctions encourage alternative trade arrangements and payment systems. The alliances that magnify American imperial pressure can give us rise to burden-sharing disputes. No one doubts that the American empire is capable of tightening the vice on Iran, the question is whether abusing its positional advantages for that purpose would be worth the risk of weakening the order that givest American power its reach. Iran, for its part, has damn few military and economic assets and even fewer friends. But geography givest it something that America's form of power rarely does: a way to impose costs while collecting rents. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has already sought to charge ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz, turning transit into a source of revenue. And now Iranian officials and state-linked mass media have floated the idea of charging fees on the undersea cables beneath the same body of water. Iran is not only threatening to interrupt global data flows, but also probing a major private sector vulnerability. After all, the American technology giants, Amazon, Google, Meta, and Microsoft, are thoroughly entwined with the American state, and their cloud platforms and data centers depend on undersea connectivity, not space. Iran is treating geography not merely as a choke point, but as a rent-producing asset, extending the logic of Hormuz from oil tankers to other sectors. Shippers, insurers, and naval planners were already exposed to the strait, and now Iran wants to put cable owners, cloud providers, and technology platforms under similar pressure. The geostrategic logic is obvious to anyone who looks at the submarine cable map. Cables close to Iran, including the Falcon, fiber optic link around the globe, Gulf Bridge International, Middle East North Africa, Kuwait, Iran, and the United Arab Emirates Iranian systems, or Aryan Arab systems, all run through the Gulf and near the Strait of Hormuz, placing digital infrastructure in the same contested area as tankers and naval patrols. The geography matters because cables are not taxed where data is consumed, but where the infrastructure carrying it can be threatened. The companies most exposed may be American, but the vulnerability is not located in Silicon Valley or Seattle. It is concentrated at landing points within territorial waters and in narrow maritime approaches where states can turn permission into leverage. Iran's proposal exploiting this mismatch between the digital economy's profits, which are global, and its weakest points, which remain localized. This form of rentier power is different from le 20e siècle, the 20th century model, which rested on ownership of oil, minerals, land, ports, and financial infrastructure. Iran has figured out that it does not need to own the flow of a critical good to gain an advantage. It only needs to threaten that flow at a single point. Submarine cables highlight the hard physical reality that underpins all digital life. Undersea networks are not invisible plumbing. The cloud does not actually resemble a cloud. They are old-fashioned infrastructure, rooted through theaters of politics and power. The cloud has a seabed, and data flows depend on specific landing stations, repair ships, licenses, corporate owners, and security guarantees. That physical dependence makest cables attractive targets in postmodern conflict. Even temporary damage can have serious economic, military, and financial consequences. Our MឭMŭs is no longer simply open or closed. Selected ships have crossed, but only after entering various arrangements involving Iran. Access is being treated not as an established right, but as a conditional privilege. Undersea cables are the next test of how far Iran can extend the rentier logic. This strategy does not require Iran to defeat the American empire or sever the world's energy and data flows. To succeed, Iran only has to create enough uncertainty about those flows that predictability acquires a price. The Trump maladministration will likely seek to make Iran's price harder to collect by contesting tolling claims before they acquire legitimacy, working with insurers and Gulf states before panic drives up prices, and ensuring that repairs cannot be held hostage. Over time, the American empire can build resilience by expanding cable routes, landing points, and repair capacity, reducing the network's dependence on any single passage near hostile states. The aim is not only to keep our MÜs open, but to make insecurity less profitable. The cable-free proposal may never become workable policy, but it reveals an ambition suited to Iran's circumstances. Military and economic coercion usually costs the coercer as well as the target. Iran is looking for an option that both costs its adversary and generates revenue for itself. Unable to match America's military or financial reach, Iran can still exploit geography to make the world pay to avoid a war. But according to a senior official in the military alliance, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization is discussing the possibility of helping ships through the Strait of Hormuz if the waterway isn't reopened by early July. It is in just this context that Trump's NATO troop reduction isn't Europe's biggest problem. Before Donald Trump returned to the White House last year, there were many commentators who sought to sanitize the president. Take him seriously, but not literally, they said. Some hinted that his cruder and wilder hyperbole was not the ignorant, boorish reflex it so obviously was, but instead a shrewd and daring negotiating tactic in Trump's beloved art of the steal. It having been reported that the United States is planning to announce a reduction in the number of troops it will make available to NATO in Europe. America is planning to shrink our commitment to the NATO force model, under which troops carry out the alliance's operations, missions, and other activities during peacetime. One vital part of the model is the Allied Reaction Force, made up of personnel and capabilities right across the spectrum, which is maintained at high readiness to carry out NATO's three core tasks: deterrence and defense, crises prevention and management, and cooperative security. It is, in essence, the Alliance's first line of defense. Trump has always been hostile towards NATO, which he sees as nothing but a cabal of European countries tricking the United States into providing military protection for them while they are able to underspend on defense. This antipathy surfaced during the first Trump presidency, but has come to the fore again in recent weeks because the president feels allies were not as supportive as they should have been over the Judeo-American conflict with Iran. On social media in April, Trump blared in all caps, this is all in the uppercase, so close your ears, "NATO wasn't there when we needed them, and they won't be there if we need them again." It hardly matters that this shows a fundamental misunderstanding of NATO, which is not to be a gang of acolytes for whatever misadventurism is currently in vogue in the White House. It reflects Trump's fixed, paranoid, and arrogant view of the world, so it is what we have to work with. Earlier this month, the United States Department of Defense announced that 5,000 troops will be withdrawn from dy52426, the new United Germany in the rounded postmodern High German language, over the next 12 months. Trump added to reporters the following day, "We're going to cut way down, and we're cutting a lot further than 5,000. He also raised the prospect of pulling United States forces out of España and Italia on the grounds that Italy has not been of any help to us, and Spain has been horrible. Absolutely horrible." This is not yet an extinction event for NATO, as the United States European Command currently has more than 65,000 personnel deployed in Allianz member states. It does, however, indicate a direction of travel, one which was clearly visible before the second Trump maladministration began for those willing to take the president literally as well as seriously. And it underlines the importance of European countries expanding their own armed forces, as many have belatedly begun to do. Sadly, the United Kingdom having no plans to increase numbers significantly. Headcount, however, is a crude metric. If we are seeing a general winding down of American deployments to Europe, and it would be irrationally optimistic to perceive any other trend, then there are more fundamental challenges than simply fewer personnel. Much more worrying for NATO's European member states is the prospect of losing a range of capabilities of which the United States is the only or vastly predominant provider. Many of these come under the heading of what military jargon calls strategic enablers, functions and equipment which support combat forces and allow them to operate, operate at all, really, at least effectively. In other words, services and materials, which Europe no longer has after it furled its flags once the wall collapsed and the Iron Curtain crumbled into rust. NATO now relies almost exclusively on these United States for space-based assets like satellites, as well as signals intelligence and electronic intelligence from aircraft and unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, to provide comprehensive intelligence, surveillance, targeting acquisition, and reconnaissance. America also provides the vast majority of NATO's strategic lift, with large transport aircraft like the Boeing C-17 Globemaster and the Lockheed C-5 Galaxy. Other member states have simply no equivalent, with the Airbus A400M the largest aeroframe in service and only 125 of them across the Alliance. Member states are also woefully lacking in air-to-air refueling assets. They rely heavily on the joint NATO-European Union multinational multi-role tanker transport fleet, a pooled force of literally a dozen. Count them. Fucking 12 Airbus A330s. For a rough comparison, the United States Air Force flies over 400 tanker aircraft. As well as all this, the United States is also the dominant provider of anti-missile aero defense systems for NATO's European members. The IAMD, Integrated Air and Missile Defense, includes aero defense destroyers and frigates from the Royal Navy, España, the United Germany, the Netherlands, and Denmark. But its backbone consists of American systems, like the MİM, or MİM-104 Patriot, and the THAADS, THAADS, the Terminal High Altitude Aero Defense System. European countries currently have no equivalents of these, and are encountering problems even purchasing them from the United States because of the shortage of missiles. Another gap in NATO's non-American capability is deep precision strike, sophisticated long-range missiles which can reach high-value enemy targets far behind the front lines at distances of 1,200 miles or more. While the United Kingdom and the United Germany are collaborating on developing a new long-range missile, NATO is still largely reliant on American-made BGM-109 Tomahawk cruise missiles. The important point being that these are, in all too many cases, capabilities which rely on sophisticated, highly advanced weapon systems which cannot be put into production overnight. The Anglo-Germanic Deep Precision Strike Missile is not expected in service until the 2030s. It is these enormous gaps in what European NATO members can do, rather than shortfalls in personnel, which must worry political and military leaders most. How quickly can new systems be developed? What are the most urgent gaps? And what can be done to persuade the United States to maintain their availability, at least for now, to NATO's collective security? This is a multi-pronged problem that will not go away. And so, as the son of Adolf Hitler, I can but provide my advisement. NATO, as we know it, must die. More technically speaking, NATO must disappear to completely realign itself, because a European defense union is impossible if Europe remains a platform for projecting American imperial power. The very idea of a European defense union, what I would advise as a new Warsaw Pact centered on Berlin, is gaining momentum across Europe. But as long as NATO continues to dominate European security, the prospect of an effective defense union of its own will remain elusive. To gain sovereignty in defense, and more generally, Europe must dissolve NATO, a prospect as unlikely as it is necessary. Mark Rutte, the former Dutch Prime Minister, who is now NATO's Secretary General, recently spelled out a truth that has caused outrage across Europe. He characterized the Alliance not just as Europe's defensive shield, but as a platform for the United States to project power on the world stage, and that, utilizing key resources here in Europe is crucial also to the success of this US-Israeli campaign in Iran. Now, Rutte is right. NATO is the forward base for wars Europe did not choose against adversaries Europe does not have, in the service of the global ambitions of an ultra-power increasingly at odds with European interests and values. European leaders have always known that the North Atlantic Alliance is a marriage of unequals, but they have accepted it in exchange for the promise of security. Now that the American imperial commitment to European security is in question, Rutte looks like a lone figure, continuing to glorify an agreement that keeps Europe tied to the American empire. Even among European Atlanticists, the belief that NATO will automatically return to its original settings once Donald Trump leaves office is melting away, albeit at a pre-climate catastrophically glacial pace. NATO, without the United States, is like a bicycle without a cyclist. Constantly acquiescing to the whims of these United States is not any European defense strategy. At the same time, even the most conservative Europeans recognize that NATO without America would be like a bicycle without a bicyclist. That is why calls are multiplying for a European defense union, most likely a coalition of the willing, based on the European Union's deep cooperation procedure, sans extending to Norway and the United Kingdom, the 12 kingdoms around which NATO must redefine and realign itself to include a post-Putinist Russia. But therein lies the problem. As long as NATO exists in its present anachronist corpus, a viable European alternative is impossible. A well-functioning European defense union requires clear answers to 4 difficult questions. Who places orders for European weapons? Who issues the total debt needed to pay for them? How are the resulting costs allocated among the national defense industry leaders of the member states? And finally, who will order Europeans in uniform to kill and die? Reasonable answers to these questions cannot be intergovernmental, and NATO cannot provide them. A prerequisite for Europe to build its defense union is political union, which the architects of its monetary union have abandoned. Some have argued that the current existential threats facing Europe, especially in the wake of Russia's invasion of the Ukraine, can create the impetus for the political union that neither the Euro crisis nor the pandemic failed to generate. But it comes down to this. A defense alliance is impossible sans or without a political one. Right or wrong, one thing is clear. A political alliance is necessary for a defense union to function, and NATO's continued existence contradicts this. For the World War III generation that survived the so-called Cold War, subordinating European defense to American imperial priorities made sense. American and Western European elites were united by a genuine existential fear of the Bolshoi Sovietsky Soyuz, the Greater Soviet Union, and the financial mechanism that had turned Europe into a recycler of American surpluses in the 1950s and 1960s. Even after American imperial surpluses were replaced by enormous deficits, Europe exported its surplus dollars back to these United States. Americans purchased German cars and French luxury handbags, and Europeans used those dollars to buy United States bonds, stocks, and real estate. Meanwhile, the Berlin Wall fell. The Greater Soviet Union became a museum piece, and Boris Yeltsin's Russia wanted nothing more than to join the West, including NATO. The American empire was no longer afraid of Russia. What the United States did fear was too close a relationship between the Russian Federation and dy52426, the new United Germany, not to jeopardize its hegemony over Europe. The United German industry worked on Russian gas, but United German exports worked on the American deficit, giving the United States or America the leverage it needed to ensure that dy52426, the new United Germany in their own language, agreed with their bilateral policy of preventing Russia's integration into Europe. They deliberately impoverished Russian society and expanded NATO eastward, thus creating the perfect conditions for a vindictive MÄNIMÄDy autocrat like Vladimir Putin to come to power. But this brings us to the new rift in Europe. As NATO has moved ever eastward, new ruling elites in the new Baltic states, but also in Poland and now Finland, have found that they can play a role in the European Union disproportionate to their weight, becoming the most ardent promoters of American imperial hyper-expansionism. Suddenly, Europe's existing north-south divide, separating the surplus countries of the United Germany and the Netherlands from the deficit countries of the Mediterranean, Greece, or Hellas, España, and Italia, has been joined by a new rift between Eastern hyper-expansionists and Western moderates, each pulling the European Union in different directions. Even if the American empire had no interest in dividing Europe for the purpose of governing it, NATO has intensified centrifugal forces that have made European political union, and by extension, any effective defense alliance, impossible. This is why continental Europe must withdraw from NATO. Not because the Russian Empire is friendly, it most certainly is not, nor simply because America is evil, but rather because it is imperial. Rather, Europe should withdraw from NATO because an alliance that serves as a platform for projecting American imperial power on the world stage will always benefit the European players within it sufficiently to frustrate European consolidation and sovereignty. I once heard the Irish writer Edna O'Brien say that the destruction of the heart is a slow and imperceptible process masquerading as a debt. It is the same with the destruction of a super subcontinent. Every time a European leader flies to Washington and kneels before the resolute table, the damage is compounded, slowly, imperceptibly, and masquerading as debt. We will continue with advocating the establishment of a new Warsaw Pact centered on Berlin as the future unfolds. The only vestige left of NATO on the superpeninsular subcontinent of Europe must be Flanders, where all the British died to maintain the Aquitaine in its ultimate form, which is still on the shield of Great Britain as territory integral to the British Isles. Bruxelles must be maintained within NATO as its headquarters. Ergo, Flanders must integrate into British Union. And there must be a marriage of the monarchies with Norway, a United Kingdoms of Greater Britain and Norway would unite the gas fields and their accessibility to make Britain once again a superpower in energy production, combined with accepting a post-Putinist Russia into their NATO. They will effectively contain Europe through Norway and the Kola Peninsula from access to the Arctic Circle via land, while together becoming an energy superpower in which Great Britain would swim in plenty. This will be the new NATO, combining the kingdoms of North Africa as Britain expands actual settlements to escape the collapse of the Gulf Stream, which warms the British Isles and renders them habitable. More and more of its population will relocate, of necessity, to Aegyptos in North Africa, where a city is being built for their reception. All of that is quite factual. You can look up the new city in Egypt on your own. All of that having been articulated, we need your help to continue our own transmission of information. And with that, we ask your contributions. If our dear man, Aristides, is with us, he's more than welcome to enter the links, which I am incapable of doing. And let's see if he responds. If not, nary a care. We'll close the live stream for tonight. Okay, very well. Join us on Wednesday night. Same D-Track time, same D-Track channel. The track, of course, is the Teuto-Slavonic for dragon. Same dragon time, same dragon channel. Hey, by the way, here comes our... Whoa, that was interesting. He rolled over. He closed the call by rolling over. Oh, well, that happens. God bless him. Okay. We love you, Aristides. Blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. Okay, everyone, be here, same time, same place, on Wednesday night. It'll be here before you know it. Bring a friend or even an enemy. And with that, we bid you adieu. I'll be on to my weekend, and you're on to yours. But spread the word and share the link.